Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salinlahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salinlahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salinlahi.
Be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salin-Lahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salin-Lahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salin-Lahi.
Be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salinlahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salinlahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salinlahi.
reminded of our house rules. Proper decorum is expected among all participants. Any act of disrespect and rudeness shall not be tolerated throughout the duration of the webinar. Kindly key in your questions for the panelists in the Q&A. These will be answered during the open forum.
Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. A pleasant good morning to everyone and welcome to the National Substance Use Science Policy and Information Forum. I am academician Charlotte Chong, a member of the NAST Philippines Health Sciences Division, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for this forum. The National Substance Use Science Policy Information Forum is organized by the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. The Asian Center for Drug Policy, a consortium of universities, professional organizations, and NGOs that advocates for the evidence and science-based approach to drug treatment, rehabilitation, and drug policy, and the University of the Philippines Manila, the country's South Sciences Center. Coincidentally, this forum is also held in observance of the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, or IDADAIT, on June 26, which aims to raise awareness and strengthen action and cooperation to achieve the goal of an international society free of drug abuse. Before we begin, we would like to invite everyone to like and follow NAST Philippines and ACDP social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram that are shown on screen. You may also join the conversation and post the highlights of this forum online using our official hashtags, Substance Use Policy PH, Filipinas, and ACD Filipinas. Again, our social media handles are at NAST Philippines on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and at ACDP Official on Facebook. To officially welcome everyone, may we now have or hear from academician Rodora Villazanza, the President of the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Let us all give her a virtual round of applause.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Maraming salamat.
Recording in progress.
Secretary Fortunato de la Peña of the Department of Science and Technology, our distinguished resource persons led by our keynote speaker, Mr. Olivier Lermet of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, our esteemed colleagues at the Academy, our partners in the University of the Philippines, Manila, officials and personnel of the Department of Science and Technology, and other government agencies, participants, and guests. Good morning to all. Magandang umaga. On behalf of the National Academy of the Science and Technology, I am pleased to welcome you all to the National Science Substance Use Science Policy and Information Forum with the theme Substance Use in the Philippines, Governance, Research, and Practice. The country's war on drugs is not new to almost everyone. President Rodrigo Duterte has launched and repeatedly mentioned his administration's commitment in eliminating the drug problem that has affected individuals, families, and communities throughout the country. True to the role of the Academy as the country's highest advisory body to the government and the science community on matters related to science and technology, and in connection with the trust of the current administration, the NAST has organized this forum together with our partners from the Asian Center for Drug Policy and the University of the Philippines to contribute in resolving the country's drug or substance abuse problem. The Academy has always believed that societal concerns can be best analyzed with the aid of relevant research and the development of science and evidence-based policy recommendations. In today's forum, our expert and distinguished resource persons will discuss and present recommendations on 5 topic areas, which I would like to mention. First, key issues on substance use in the Philippines. Second, public health dimension of substance use. Third, support systems for PWUDs. And fourth, the biopsychological and socio-anthropological perspectives of substance use, and the fifth, public health policy and interventions. Today's forum will also put forward a harmonized research agenda and policy framework. I hope this forum will be a fitting venue to learn and share knowledge as exchange of perspectives on this formidable and significant societal and public health concern. At this point, I would like to acknowledge the efforts of academician Carmencita Padilla for spearheading this activity. I would also like to express the Academy's heartfelt gratitude to the Asian Center for Drug Policy for organizing the well-attended pre-conference webinars last April and May 2021. These webinars were instrumental in developing the content and providing the substance of today's forum. I also would like to thank UP Manila for supporting this activity and facilitating our meeting platform, which can accommodate a larger number of participants. Lastly, may I invite everyone to maximize the use of this virtual forum to learn new ideas, share opinions, and produce significant recommendations. Thank you, everyone, for sharing us your time, and I look forward to a very productive forum. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga muli sa lahat.
Thank you, Academician Azanza. Now may I invite everybody's attention on the screen as we listen to the special messages from various government and international agencies. Let us listen to the messages from Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. We will also listen to the Secretary Francisco T. Duque, the Secretary of the Department of Health, and also to Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for the Philippines, as well as Mr. John Law, the Charge d'Affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Manila.
Warmest greetings to everyone. To DOH Secretary Francisco Duque, to the UN Resident Coordinator for the Philippines, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez, to Mr. John Law, Charge d'Affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Manila, to members of the National Academy of Science and Technology, to fellow DOST officials, co-workers in government, distinguished speakers, friends from media, participants, and guests. A pleasant morning to all of you. I am pleased to see all of you gathered today for the virtual forum on national science use, science policy, and information. We are grateful to our guests and partners here with us to discuss substance use in the Philippines, a topic which we at the Department of Science and Technology deem significant in our scientific initiatives. In 2019, we have coordinated with the Dangerous Drugs Board to institutionalize the Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy in DOST to support our government's efforts to eradicate illegal use of drugs in the country. I am proud to say that our offices and attached agencies advocate and support the implementation and enforcement of a drug-free workplace policy. Recognizing the problem of substance use in the Philippines, the Department of Science and Technology and its partner institutions included addressing substance use, drug and alcohol abuse as a priority research area under the National Unified Health Research Agenda for the period 2017 to 2022, and the National Mental Health Research Agenda from 2019 to 2022. This important addition will allow part of our health research initiatives to be directed towards projects that will provide solutions to the existing issues related to substance use and abuse in the country. To name some of our technologies and research initiatives that advocate for a scientific yet ethically sound investigations and operations against the use of illegal drugs, the Department of Science and Technology assisted the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA, through a workshop on mass metrology that capacitated its chemists and laboratory technicians in the accurate measurement of drug samples. Through the DOST Industrial Technology Development Institute, we also helped in assessing the weight measuring capabilities of PDEA laboratories and conducted proficiency testing among their personnel. Recently, the DOST also launched the Intelligent Data Analysis System, or IDAS, an artificial intelligence-equipped system which predicts data analytic capabilities. PDEA was first to adopt this technology as it helps in their drug trafficking investigations in the Philippines. Part of our focus as part of health research is to ensure the welfare of our fellow Filipinos who are undergoing rehabilitation and treatment due to substance use. Aware that the current pandemic may have had effects on them, we have partnered with the Department of Health to conduct a research on the impact of community quarantine on persons who use drugs or PWUDs. Similar to this, we have also partnered with the DDB through the Food and Nutrition Research Institute and launched dietary manuals for persons who use drugs. The manuals provide guidelines on the adoption of a balanced diet for PWUDs in the country's treatment and rehabilitation centers, which was based on a study conducted by the Food and Nutrition Research Institute of DOST that provided strong evidence on the importance of diet and nutrition management in improving the treatment and rehabilitation of PWUDs. DOST has also built a pool of talented social and medical scientists connected with the National Research Council of the Philippines and the National Academy of Science and Technology. To add, we have Balik scientists who are focusing their research on mental health, to which insights on substance use are being touched. I hope more scientists will be involved as we have strengthened our capacity to train more scientists and put forward research and recommendations that are science and evidence-based, especially on mental health, and alleviating societal concerns related to the use of illegal drugs. I hope I was able to inform everyone of DOST's commitment to use science and technology to help address the problem of substance use and ultimately uplift the quality of life of our fellow Filipinos, especially those who have been caught in the spiral of drug addiction. I would like to assure you that we will always find means to create initiatives that will help alleviate these problems using scientific and ethically sound strategies. DOST, through its mandate and its capacity, will continue to support activities and initiatives addressing substance use and drug abuse with focus on the role and funding of health research and the application of science and technology for the benefit of the people. Lastly, I commend the organizers of today's activity, and I look forward to today's presentations, as well as the research and policy recommendations and your succeeding activities after this forum. Maraming salamat po. Isang magandang umaga sa ating lahat.
A pleasant and helpful morning to the proponents and participants of this forum. As the world continues to face down the threat of the COVID-19 pandemic, the need to continue addressing other pressing concerns in public health must not be neglected nor downplayed. One of these concerns is our response to substance use and abuse, which is an issue that has perennially plagued not only our health systems, but the very quality of life of our kababayan. The negative impact that substance abuse disorders create on the lives of our citizens is clear to everyone. But we must acknowledge that we cannot rely on punitive response strategies. Not only are such strategies unsustainable, They also fail to acknowledge that substance abuse disorders must be treated as disorders and subsequently fail to incorporate approaches that honor and uphold human rights. In this light, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the National Academy of Science and Technology, the Asian Center for Drug Policy, and the University of the Philippines Manila for launching the National Substance Use Policy and Information Forum. The launching of this forum is not just the coming together of minds towards improved drug policies in the Philippines, but also the first step towards the fulfillment of a more unified approach to studying and responding to the issue of drug abuse disorders in the country. It is my hope that this forum shall stimulate conversations and establish synergistic partnerships between the multiple government agencies, the civil society organizations, and societal sectors that are moving to refine our studies on substance use and abuse towards the further humanization and unification of our initiatives and policies on drug control and recovery. The Department of Health recognizes the enormous potential for positive impact of this forum and is in complete solidarity with its core principles. As we continue our efforts to safely overcome the threat of the COVID-19 pandemic, we must remain optimistic because the responsibility to respond to the health needs of our people, along with our duty to uphold human rights in all our health responses, shall always remain constant. Let this forum manifest our commitment to stay united for the sake of public health and for the sake of the Filipino nation. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, Congresswoman Helen Tan, Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, Secretary Francisco Duque III, members of the academia, Rodora Sansa, Carmencita Padilla, Dr. Armando Crisóstomo, members of the National Academy of Science and Technology, and the Asian Center for Drug Policy, dear guests, magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Buenos días a todos. Good morning, dear partners and friends. Today we have our first National Substance Use Science Policy and Information Forum, which is happening just days before the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. The theme of the International Day is Share Facts on Drugs, Save Lives, which is very much aligned with the spirit of today's forum, where we highlight the importance of knowledge and research in life-saving. As we know, drug abuse and illicit drug trafficking continue to negatively impact on development and stability in countries across the world, the Philippines included. The global manufacture of cocaine reached again an all-time high of more than 1,700 tons in 2018, and the quantities of seized methamphetamine reached a new record high in 2018 at 28 ton equivalents. Still worse, traffickers have adapted to new controls and changed their routes and developed new trading partners. So we are in front of a very resilient network. More than 250 million people around the globe use drugs, and over 35 million people suffer from drug use disorders. I'm sure you are following the statistic for the Philippines, where the prevalence of drug use is 2.05%, which is the equivalent of 1.7 million Filipinos. As across the globe, the Philippine drug problem is deeply intertwined with a wide range of factors: poverty, inequality, poor access to health care, and systemic problems in governance. The burden of drug production and trafficking is, as well as of organized crime, is ultimately borne by individuals and communities with lower socioeconomic resources, a perverse and vicious circle. For that reason, taking into account the social, economic, and cultural context and addressing the underlying health and economic and social causes of drug use is critical to reduce harm to the individual and society rather than stigmatizing drugs as a social evil. But this approach, which is recognizing the complexities of the problem instead of looking for scapegoats, cannot succeed if it is not supported by further scientific and evidence-based work. Without those evidence, we cannot formulate the required policies on drug use. The Drug, Crime, and Corruption Convention of the United Nations, they form a solid foundation for solutions to these global problems. But this needs to be complemented with localized versions which are based on scientific work and nuanced in the local culture and practice. As you know, the United Nations country team in the Philippines has just updated its cooperation framework with the country. This revision is working on the assumption that the COVID-19 pandemic can also be a game changer. So we can harness the recovery phase from the pandemic to accelerate some pending or delayed transformations. In this context, we have placed the human rights agenda at the heart of our mission in the country. As you know, we have just finalized, in close partnership with the government, the Commission on Human Rights and Civil Society, the first ever United Nations Joint Program on Human Rights. This new joint program has 6 components, and one of them is the human rights-based approach to drugs. This technical cooperation investment represents a great opportunity to engage with the local academia to generate scientific evidence that can be used to make decisions, craft policies, and develop programs from a localized Filipino perspective. Breaking the cycle of drugs, marginalization, and poor socioeconomic prospects requires programs that link science-based drug use, prevention, and treatment, as well as policies that prevent individuals and communities in participating in drug trafficking and production. We also need efforts to improve public health, increase economic development and public security, and reduce socioeconomic inequalities. Addressing drug abuse and illegal trafficking requires understanding what we can present as the big picture of the problem, where health, social, economic, and security challenges play their role. Someone said that the big picture does not just come from distance, it also comes from time. Time where we reach consensus on solutions and we decide to work together. Today's event is helping us in getting such big picture for collaboration. Mabuhay kayo. Thank you very much.
Good morning. On behalf of the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines, I'd like to welcome you all to the Philippines' first National Substance Use, Science Policy, and Information Forum. I'd like to begin with special greetings to the organizers who made this significant event possible. Rodora Azanza, President of the National Academy of Science and Technology. Dr. Armando Crisostomo, Conference Chair and Co-Convener of the Asian Center for Drug Policy. Carmencita Padilla, Chancellor of the University of the Philippines in Manila. With special thanks and recognition, also in order for our long-standing partners joining us today, Secretary Fortunato de la Peña of the Department of Science and Technology, Secretary Francisco Duque III of the Department of Health, Undersecretary Benjamin Reyes of the Dangerous Drugs Board, Undersecretary Rico Judge Echeverri from the Department of Interior and Local Government, Gustavo Gonzalez, United Nations Resident Coordinator for the Philippines, and Olivier Lermet, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. It's with great pleasure that I also welcome the 2,000 participants joining us virtually. Among them are public health practitioners, researchers, national government agencies, non-governmental organizations, professional organizations, policymakers, and academicians. It's an honor to join you all for this momentous occasion. This research forum is an important milestone in advancing work on reducing the demand for drugs through scientific research and evidence-based policy. We believe it's essential that drug policy be viewed from the perspectives of. We heard from experts who facilitated a review of existing literature, identified policy implications of research results, and advised on research and policy gaps. That webinar series and today's forum are just the start of a longer-term commitment to engage and jointly identify, develop, and implement a shared research agenda and a policy framework to advance substance use treatment and drug demand reduction programming. The devastating consequences of drug use know no geographic, economic, social, or ethnic boundaries. Substance use disorders undermine economic development, diminish social and political stability, and reduce security in countries and regions all around the world. Together, we can respond to these challenges with innovative, evidence-based drug demand reduction policy and programs. We will continue to advance our shared commitment to ensuring addiction is understood as a public health issue, that treatment is used as a tool for mitigating drug-related societal impacts, and that evidence-based prevention programs are accessible for all. Our warmest congratulations to the organizers and everyone watching and listening. All the best. Thank you and good morning.
So that was a set of messages from the high-level personalities. We'd like to thank all of them for sharing their insight and support to this activity. Now, to give us an overview of the conference, may I now call on Dr. Armando Crisostomo, the conference chair and the co-convener of the Asian Center for Drug Policy. Dr. Armando Crisostomo is also the Vice Chancellor for Research of the University of the Philippines, Manila, and also the chairperson of UP Manila's Technical Working Group on Addiction Science. Dr. Armando Crisostomo, the virtual floor is now yours.
Good morning to everyone and all the dignitaries who helped us co-organize this very significant event, which I will later describe as a significant step in this long journey that we are coming together. I take great pleasure in chairing, being the chair of this conference, but it did not take away the tremendous contributions of the other co-conveners, including the National Academy of Science and Technology and my co-conveners in the ACDP, especially Dr. Elmer Soriano and Ms. Joanne de Belen of UNODC. As I mentioned, I would like to liken this involvement in substance use and abuse to a journey. And how did this journey begin? On a personal note, it began sometime in 2018, about 3 years ago, when I happened to have joined my boss then, the Dean of the College of Medicine. I was then Associate Dean for Planning and Research. And we traveled to Albany in New York to help celebrate the annual meeting of the UP Medical Alumni Society in America. It was held in upstate New York, and the chairman of that meeting and conference happened to have been the brother of our chancellor, Academician Carmencita Padilla. Dr. June David was and continues to be a very active family practitioner, family medicine practitioner. And he happened to be also handling a lot of addiction patients. As you know, America is dealing with its own problem of addiction. And they wanted me or us to meet with Dr. Gregory Bunt, who was one of the foremost experts in addiction medicine worldwide. They wanted us to organize and try to help grow addiction medicine as a specialty in the Philippines. Now, since I happen to be one of the youngest members in that group, after the meeting, I was instructed by my dean, Dean Agnes Mejia, to take care of the necessary things to do. So maybe as you can say, my journey began, napag-utusan lang po ako because I am a surgeon by practitioner, as a surgical practitioner. But even if I was just assigned to it, I went to it head on and I studied the problem. And that convinced me that eventually we in UP Manila, as the Health Science Center, had to take the lead in battling this problem, not only of substance use, but also addiction, because there are many forms of addiction in this country and in the world, including addiction, behavioral addictions. Just before the pandemic began, in fact, the United Nations World Health Organization declared that addiction to games or video gaming addiction had become a serious public health problem all over the world. Being academicians in the university and mostly educators, one of our first projects was to organize a workshop in order to harmonize the curriculum for community-based drug rehab programs all over the country, to unify this curriculum and make it applicable for all of our barangay health workers and community leaders. And this led us to meet other like-minded and similarly impassioned people who were involved in an academic and science-based approach to solving this problem of substance abuse, which is a real priority in our country. So this included partners in the Development Academy of the Philippines, including Ms. Joanne de Belen here, who was with DAP then and eventually joined the UN ODC, or Office for Drugs and Crime. This meeting of like-minded personalities and institutions eventually gave birth to the Asian Center for Drug Policy. And this expresses who we are. It's a group of mostly academic institutions, civil society, professional associations, and private organizations that have been at the forefront of efforts to providing solutions to the common situation brought about by the unexpected surge in drug surrenderers. And we would like to defragment efforts undertaken by many organizations and drug policies, provide space for collaborative work in this highly volatile, uncertain, and complex, ambiguous environment. We set out with very ambitious objectives, but to put it simply, our mission is to be a healthy university platform that supports design, deployment, and dissemination of drug policies at the sub-national level research, training, and consultancy services. And the vision is that Asian countries and country development academies will have thriving think tanks and adaptive capacities to address the ongoing problem of illicit drug use and its subsequent challenges. This is how we see ourselves moving in this particular journey. We started out with just 6. You remember? This previous slide shows that we started out as original 6 founding members. Civica, headed by Dr. Elmer Soriano, the Development Academy of the Philippines, the Galing Pook Foundation, the University of the Philippines, Ateneo de Manila, and the Psychological Association of the Philippines. We had very little funding then. Now we have grown, more than double the number of organizations, including international organizations. Still, with very little funding, but what we lacked in funding, we made up with a lot of grit, a lot of determination, and a common passion to provide solutions to the substance abuse problem in the Philippines, in the region, and hopefully in the rest of the world. We liken this to a train that despite gaining more passengers and more advocates riding this train, very few people are leaving, and loading it with more people and more participants doesn't seem to slow the train down. Which brings us to today. There's now a partnership between the ACDP, UP Manila, and the prestigious National Academy of Science and Technology, which is really one of the most well-recognized platforms that will reach the eyes and ears of the major policymakers of our country. These are the conference objectives. We would like to gather existing evidence in this country on health-centered effective strategies and interventions on the prevention, treatment, and care for people affected by drug abuse, drug use disorders, employing a human right-based approach. This forum will also facilitate the discourse and agreement of the scientific community from different disciplines on a 5-year research agenda. And third, to present the scientific community's evidence-based policy recommendations to national and local policy makers through policy briefs. But leading to this conference today, the ACDP laid the groundwork by organizing, as mentioned earlier, 5 pre-conference webinars on these key topics scheduled at weekly intervals. We brought together various experts from our now ever-growing number of partners, and each cluster did the following tasks. They surveyed the literature on the topic area, received and reviewed local research paper submissions, recommended speakers and panelists for the research forum webinar. They formulated an executive summary based on the literature survey and local papers, including the identification of what was still lacking in our research, organized weekly forums, as mentioned, on those dates to present the executive summary and to formulate respective papers on policy implications and policy briefs. And these summaries will be presented by the different speakers in the forum today. Let me just show you the different pre-conference webinars that ACDP organized in preparation for this main forum. We had, this is the first and second pre-conference webinars, the third and fourth, and the fifth one just last May 19. We averaged about 600 to 700 attendees in our Zoom and another 600 to 700 attendees through our Facebook page. And today, in this part of our journey, we hope to achieve the following. Clearly define the research priorities on substance abuse in our country, and to provide science and evidence-based directions so that we will be able to hopefully craft new policies, improve the existing ones, and introduce reforms in governance to address the public health problem of substance use in the Philippines. Let me end by saying, as I mentioned, this is a journey which we are partnering with many of you. We are together in this journey, and the goal is in each step along the way. So with that, I'd like to thank you and hope that everyone stays on until the end of this forum so that the reactors who will present their commitments to the research agenda, legislative agenda, and the interventional policy and research agenda will may be making their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Crisostomo. Gracing now this special event is Mr. Olivier Lermec, the Senior Policy Officer of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to I would like to start by, of course, thanking and recognizing the amazing work by the Asian Consortium for Drug Policy and the NAST. And all, I'm quite aware of the huge effort it represents, and of course, highlight the importance of what was mentioned by Redora, the president of NAST, Secretary de la Peña, Secretary Duque, and Dr. Armando Crisostomo as the voice of ACDP. I would like just to widen the scope of those thanks. Sorry, I'm not sure if you can see me, but that's not a big issue. And of course, thank the Dangerous Drug Board, notably Doc Yusek Benjamin Reyes, DILG, Secretary Echevarria, the support from external development partners like the US government that is heavily supporting the response through its INL projects and USAID supported Renew Health project. So without further ado, I would like to start. Unfortunately, it seems that this is a time of infectious disease and viruses. I had a problem with my PowerPoint presentation, so this is like a retreat version. So I hope that you can probably listen more to what I will say, even if it's probably sometimes impossible to understand because of my French accent, more than what is on the screen. And of course, the right version will be circulated in due time. As Dr. Armando was mentioning, there were already a number of pre-conference events where a number of very good speakers, I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about all the people you could see earlier, have exposed a number of things. So the purpose is not to repeat, and it's also not to repeat myself, because I shared at that occasion a number of trends and facts. So I won't share those again. I will just allude to them quickly, but all the information is available. So the idea here is a little bit to try to contribute to set the pitch for our forum on substance use in the Philippine governance, research, and practice. And maybe the best way, or my way, is to try to ask ourselves questions on what is drug policy, what is the global frame, why does this need to be evidence-based, what is evidence, sharing some global drug policy trends. It's okay, you can go back. I've not started with the PowerPoint yet. Thank you. And a little bit how the Office on Drugs and Crime can be of use to that. Needless to say, the UNODC approach to drug use is multifaceted, and it encompasses the most diverse aspect of the matter, with orchestrated specification in the areas of health, education, public safety, among others. So our work in the United Nations family is to promote studies and analysis on traffic consumption. You probably heard about the World Drug Report, which is a yearly edition where we collect a lot of information from the governments and try to contribute to the debate. So let me start with this slide that we have now on the screen. It's interesting, right? It's messy. You have different words, some are conflicting with others. The point of that is words do matter. The way we call the different aspects of the drug problem is very important. It's not the same to say to someone, you're a junkie, you're an addict, then you're a person using drugs, recognizing that the person may have a condition at one moment, but the person is still a full citizen requiring all the support of the state at the central and local level. Next slide, please. So in the question I was mentioning earlier, what the problem, the drug problem is not a drug supply and law enforcement problem. It is not a public issue. It is not an issue of illicit business. It's not a socio-economic development problem or a philosophical question. It's all this together and much more, in fact. Next slide. This is, next slide, please. This is what we call a VUCA problem. Next slide again. Which means the problem is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, right? In the history, this substance used to be considered a medicine and then becomes a controlled substance or an illegal drug because people have diverted the substance from what it was created for. The fluxes of drugs are constantly moving, right? So every time there is let's say a law enforcement effort in one area of one country, one region, one city, there is what we call the balloon effect, right? You push somewhere, it will reappear somewhere else. And it is uncertain because even the nature of the drugs evolve. New drugs are being created as we speak. Those are called the new psychoactive substances, for instance. So it's very difficult for any frame, global, regional, or national, to keep the pace, to be at on top of what is that evolving market is. And just, I called it a market, and I think it's a very, very important angle on that. This is a 60 billion worth yearly market in our region. So this is more than the national budget of some countries. So this business is thriving. That's the reality of it. I will come back to that later. Next slide, please. And this is an intersection in Metro Manila, and it is a little bit an illustration of how I'm talking about globally now, right? We do try to deal with a problem, right? Sometimes we try with law enforcement, health, biomedical health, psychosocial health, etc. So many angles, and that is a little bit the complexity of how we can deal with a problem. Sometimes we are stuck. Next slide, please. And I won't go into details of this, but there is not one little corner of the planet which is not affected by illegal drugs. And I would also dare to say we can add on top of that the legal drugs. Tobacco and alcohol are killing many more people, in fact, than illegal drugs, right? So that is not new. That has been a challenge, a determinant to any community in history. Now the idea is precisely to try to look at it from a new angle, or at least or something that is as much close to evidence as possible, or at least evidence informed. Next slide. So let me start by reminding that because it's interesting, right? The first international treaties were agreed upon, the first convention was agreed upon in 1961. And then it was amended by 1962 protocol. There was another one on the psychoactive substances in 1971, and there is the convention from 1988 on illicit traffic on drugs and psychoactive substances. What is striking there? Well, it is the fact that the time has passed. When those conventions were agreed upon by the countries, HIV did not exist. So it was impossible to anticipate on the importance of the health response related to HIV, for instance. Still in health, hepatitis was not detected. In fact, if you would go to a clinic, you could get hepatitis because of the recycling of needle and syringes. The surge of the Colombian-produced narco market was just starting, but not really at its peak, and it continued through the years. So all this means this is what the countries have been able to agree upon based on the evidence available then, which was not much compared to now. So there is a logical need to have a look again and revisit the convention and to see what may be missing, right? And how to make those evolve. Next slide. A step in that, and yes, and sorry, I just also wanted to emphasize that because I think it's very important. When those conventions were drafted and signed and endorsed by the countries, including the Philippines, of course, the purpose of the convention was the concern with health and welfare of mankind. It was about getting controlled substance needed for pain medication, for instance, available, despite the fact that they were going to be controlled. And it was to protect the health of the population, right? At that time, there was the priority was health. That was at least how there was an agreement on the need for those, which means at the time, the number of seizures, arrests, people sent in prison were supposedly, at the beginning at least, not the major focus of the country. The countries just wanted to protect the population. Next slide. Okay, so now we jump over time and we go to 2016, which the UN General Assembly special session on the drug problem was organized. It was a very important event because this was a movement that led to the agreement to the outcome of that General Assembly, and it involved many countries, many civil societies, many expert groups that agreed overall that what was needed was a balanced approach. Well, a balanced approach can mean many things to many people, but that it needed to be people-centered and health-centered, right? So I'll get back to that later. But that was the agreement, and of course the Philippines has endorsed this. Next slide. Okay, so in short, there were like 5 main chapters to that document. One was on demand and supply reduction, and we will of course get back to this. One was on the access to controlled medicines, while preventing diversion, and a number of cross-cutting issues, human rights, youth, children, women and communities, new challenges that are emerging, and for instance, the new psychoactive substances. This is not so much an issue in the Philippines right now, but some of them are of concern in the Philippines too. Strengthening the international cooperation. This business, the 60 billion business I was mentioning earlier, is by nature transnational. So without a minimum of collaboration between the countries, it would be impossible to have any efficiency. And alternative development. This relates to, for instance, sustainable development through crop substitution in certain areas of Myanmar, for instance. Next slide. Okay, so to develop that health approach, there are some essential components. First, to start with addressing the stigma and discrimination. I remember when I was saying earlier that words do matter. If we do not have a different perception of what a person who uses drugs or a person who could use drugs or a person that's recovered from using drugs, if we do not have a more accurate perception of that person, there is no way we're going to be able to address the needs of that person medically, psychosocially, etc. The second part is it is important to recognize drug use as it is, which is a chronic condition occurring most of the time together with some mental health conditions that should be seen as a medical condition and not as a criminal condition. I'm not saying that the criminal aspect is not important, of course it is, but we should make the difference between what is of public health nature, whether versus what is of public security nature. That includes prevention, but again, prevention, evidence-based prevention. A lot of the prevention that has been implemented in many countries is more goodwill or a political stance rather than something that has been evaluated properly. And there is evidence-based prevention, and we're happy to support different partners, for instance, on this. Next slide, please. And of course, that's what we are gathered today for. Collect and use scientific data to feed the policy-making decision, research, and cross-cutting participation. I think that cannot be something more cross-cutting than what we have today, no? So those are some of the elements that are part of those operational recommendations that came out of NGAS. And I must say that there are not so many forums I've been working in this region for the last 20 years in Southeast Asia. I've not seen a forum like this in other countries, and I've not seen a mobilization of different stakeholders so impressive than what I've seen the last 3 years that I've been in Manila, and the last 7 or so years I've been working on the Philippines from the office in Bangkok. Next one. Okay, so chronic multifactorial dimension that is best addressed when there is a voluntary participation of individuals. I was saying that again, cooperation, international cooperation, and of course support the different sectors, of course the health sector, but social welfare, law enforcement, criminal judges, prosecutors, etc., etc. Local government, of course, to get sure that the right approaches get implemented, evaluated, and scaled up. Next. Okay, so just maybe to insist on that, and I know that what has already been shared by different speakers in the pre-conferences and what will be shared will just contribute to that. But I think it's important to try to fight that idea, right? If you would ask someone in the street many times, because of this stigma and discrimination I was referring to earlier, people would say, what is a drug user? People would say he's a junkie, he's 19, his life is over, he's going to lose his teeth and die of overdose in the corner of a street. And that's a little bit the stereotype that accompanies people who use drugs. In fact, first, there is a variety of ways to use drugs. And in fact, if we take 100% using shabu, methamphetamine, about 9 out of 10 do not have a drug problem, like from a medical point of view. And so those 9 out of 10, they can be serviced in the community at a relatively reduced cost. And we have seen good example of that in the Philippines. I'll get back to that later. Next slide. Yes, this is a detail of what would be required in the health response, but we'll get back to that later. So next slide. So this one is important, and it resonates with what Gustavo, our resident coordinator, mentioned. We have that initiative on joint initiative on human rights, and it's very important that there is non-discriminatory access to health, that there is a gender perspective. Women are more vulnerable to drugs in all sense. On the health part, they are more likely to become dependent, for instance, and when they are being thrown into the criminal justice cycle, the prison, pretrial detention, they many times take the blame for crimes that are committed by males, in fact, and they are victim of rape, harassment, and so many other vulnerabilities that are more specific to women. Of course, this is not about just doing what we believe. We need to have a monitoring of the quality of the drug treatment and services. And we need to have a good collaboration between justice, education, law enforcement, social, and health. That is a challenge. That is a challenge in most countries, and it is in the Philippines. Next. So, in the interest of time, I won't go through all the measures, but some measures are related to the criminal justice system, and it's very important that we do send a person to prison when it is really needed, meaning, there is a big majority, in fact, in the Philippines of people who are in pretrial detention. They are innocent until proven guilty, and sometimes they have non-violent crimes. So is sending them to a prison or a jail a good idea from a criminal point of view, because they are going to be in touch with much tougher criminals, and even from a health point of view, the prisons are incubators for communicable diseases, right? And most particularly in our COVID time. Yes, there are a number of progress that have to do with the criminal justice system that would change significantly the way that people are being protected from drugs in a way. Next slide. So yeah, just to remind that the Philippines is signatory to all the drug convention and the NGAS and other committing documents. Just to add, there is a more recent 2019 ministerial declaration, which is to strengthen the actions at the national, regional, and international level to accelerate the implementation of our joint commitment to address and counter the war drug problem. And if you want, you can check the war drug report. There are booklets specifically addressing those issues. As I was mentioning, the access to controlled substances for medical use, international cooperation, nexus between drugs and violence, and drug and the criminal justice system. So today we will use this forum to discuss the Philippine drug policy in a way to see research, expert papers, and identify further research gaps for the years to come. Next slide, please. So I didn't want to do that, but just very, very quickly. we have the main issue for the Philippines is shabu, is methamphetamine in its highest form. And we are in the region where we have the epicenter of production, consumption, and use. More than 50% of all the global aspects, I mean, the trafficking, the use, etc., is in Southeast Asia. The second one would be in Las Americas, in Mexico, and around. But we are in the epicenter. Next slide. We can see that the price of drugs is not increasing despite the efforts in the different countries of the region. And next slide. And the quality of the purity of methamphetamine is stable or increasing. If we cross that with other data about seizures, the point is the traffic is continuing and increasing in the region at the same pace as in the rest of the world, and that the prevalence in the Philippines, for instance, is comparable to the prevalence in Indonesia, Thailand, in the region, and in many other countries, around 2%. So that's a major problem, but it is similar to many other countries. Next. Next. We can see that the trafficking was not stopped by COVID at all. Traffickers have regrouped, reorganized, identified new routes, and the seizures continue to be record seizures now. And most of a big portion of the shabu available in the Philippines, for instance, comes from the northern Shan State region in Myanmar. That's where it is produced in an industrial manner for the whole region. Next slide. So in front of that, I think it was also good to remind ourselves about the number of good developments in terms of drug control, drug policy. The client flow that has been developed by so many partners, but led by the Department of Health, and then also the Dangerous Drug Board, is a very unique tool. It's not a technical tool. It's a tool to try to find a solution for the 1.3 million surrenderers, not just leave them on list, but give them the services they need, assess them, their level of drug dependence, and then direct them to services. We have an expansion of the services of community-based drug treatment and rehabilitation. We also have a strategy that is in this strategy, the pillar on drug demand reduction is really aligned with the recommendations. We have good piloting of evidence-based prevention, and for instance, the recovery clinics and outpatient clinics that have been established since a couple of years. Next. Okay, so I won't go into detail, but all is there, and I'm sure that the DDB or others will mention more details about the Philippine anti-drug strategy that was signed by the executive order of President Duterte. Next slide. A number of initiatives and documents and policy guidance has been issued by the Department of Health, the DDB, the DILG. That is what Dr. Armando Cristomo was referring to when he was working on harmonizing the curriculum, and then by that exercise realized that there were so many people doing the same thing and trying to contribute to that, which I guess in a way contributed to the birth of the Asian Consortium on Drug Policy. Next slide. So this is the client flow. So it's there is of course a version for the DOH, but and also there is a resolution regulation from DDB. Next. Next, so this is the algorithm of the client flow, but I guess many of you are already familiar with it. Next. And next. Okay, so this is from the World Drug Report, and I guess it's interesting, no? It's to see that what in crime, what is a part of drugs, right? This is an assumption, yet people using drugs are criminals and they are not systematically becoming criminals, far from that. And even if we see the stats, the drugs that seems to have the more influence on criminal behavior is alcohol, by far, right? This goes a little bit against some ideas. Next slide. And this shows the response, right? So you can see the number of people arrested, convicted for trafficking, for use, people sentenced in prison. So this is creating a big burden for the criminal justice system, notably for the prison systems, prison and jail system in the Philippines for BJMP and BICO. Next slide. So those are activities that are supported in the prison in Cebu, for instance. Next slide. And other activities that contribute to the same purpose described under the operational recommendation of the United General Assembly Special Session on the World Drug Problem 2016. Next. And what is important, of course, is to get sure that the law enforcement, the drug law enforcement, is aware of that health response and knows how to cooperate while doing its job. But the collaboration of law enforcement is absolutely fundamental, and we've been engaging a lot with the law enforcement sector to try to bridge the gap sometimes that we have between the law enforcement and health and psychosocial response. One of my chronic expression is public health is public security. Without public health, you don't get to good public security. If we don't provide the right services, the business will continue to thrive. Next. I won't ridicule myself trying to talk Tagalog, but I think this slide is relatively self-explaining. And next. And next again. So this is the theory of change, right? We don't do research just for the sake of doing research. We do research to identify the triggers of what could change the dynamics, and that theory of change applied to drugs is I think interesting. Next slide. Okay, so the conclusion should be what did we already identify and what are we going to work on in terms of research gap and operational research, right? Research to support intervention. There are many, and I'm aware of what the other speakers are going to say, so I don't need to go into details on that. But just maybe to highlight one, it's all what relate to women in conflict with the law, incarcerated, serving very long sentences, victims of abuse and mental health issues. And for instance, in the current context, pregnant women extremely exposed to COVID. So I just pointed one because I guess that would be the pleasure of what we are going to discuss in the coming in this day. What is going to be identified is going to be reviewed by the Academy in at least 10 webinars and roundtable discussion. And those discussions will be reported later. So I really encourage you to listen to people that are much more interesting than me, the speakers that are going to follow through. I guess that's all for me for now.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver Lemaire. I think that was a very comprehensive discussion and a very good keynote lecture. It does show that you're such an experienced manager, and your extensive work in Latin America, the Balkans, Southeast Asia, and South Asia, as well as work with a lot of nonprofit organizations, political science groups, capacity development, and government, have all been highlighted in this keynote lecture. So we'd like now to present the certificate to you. The Department of Science and Technology, the National Academy of Science and Technology of Philippines, and the Asian Center for Drug Policy would like to present this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Olivier Lemaire in recognition of his invaluable contributions as keynote speaker at the National Substance Use Science Policy and Information Forum with the theme Substance Abuse in the Philippines, Governance, Research, and Practice, held on the 15th of June, 2021 in Manila, Philippines. This is signed by academician Carmencita D. Padilla of NAST Philippines and Dr. Armando Crisostomo of the ACDP. We'd like to give you a virtual applause. Thank you very much again, Mr. Olivier Lemaire. We now move on to gauge the diversity of our webinar participants. And let me now call Dr. Leslie Michelle Dalmasio. Dr. Dalmasio is currently a professor of the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, the College of Medicine, University of the Philippines, Manila. She holds a PhD in Molecular Biology and Biotechnology from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. And in 2012, Dr. Dalmasio became the recipient of the NAST Outstanding Young Scientist Award in the field of molecular biology and biotechnology. Dr. Dalmasio will facilitate now the forum's Mentimeter poll. Leslie?
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to join and assist in this forum through this Mentimeter activity. So Mentimeter is an online tool that captures the immediate and first response or the top-of-mind answers of the plenary on quick questions that we have designed to assess the diversity of attendees. Likewise, this will be a useful guide for our speakers in calibrating their presentations. In this activity, we would like to advise everyone to access the online poll. Kindly go to menti.com using your device or smartphones and enter the code 41067958. Again, that is menti.com and the code is 41067958, which is also shown on the upper side of the slide on your screen. May I ask the Secretariat to place the code and the instructions in the chat box? Thank you. So for every question, 1 minute will be provided for the attendees to answer. Our first question is, what city are you in right now? Please key in your answers. So let's see. So I see that most of you are from Quezon City. And there are also attendees from the Visayas and Mindanao. I see attendees from the northern part of the Philippines, from Baguio City, from Iloilo City, the Visayas, from Davao in Mindanao, and other cities in the National Capital Region. But based on our poll, most of you are from Quezon City and Manila. Now we can go to our second question. Our second question is, how old are you? Please key in your answers. so that we can see the age range of our participants in today's forum. So now we are seeing that many of you are in your 30s. There are also very young participants, 21 or 22 years old. But there are also senior participants in our forum. But we see that most of you are in your 30s. Perhaps we can now go to our third question. What is your current occupation? The timer starts now. So from the allied medical field, and we also see teachers and government employees. For the professions of our participants, so many are government employees and teachers and nurses. This is quite a diverse group. The occupations we see here are more diverse than the city where our participants come from. But we see a lot of government employees and those, and also pharmacists and social workers and psychometricians. Oh, we also see dentists and guidance counselors. So this is a diverse group, but I think the stakeholders are all here in this forum. And for the last question, for our fourth question, we would like to ask, what is your expectation? Or give 3 expectations from this forum. So we can have the timer start now. None. So you will just be listening to our speakers and perhaps learn from this forum. But we also see, that you are expecting that this forum will be informative, that you will have new learnings, and that it will be interesting. Of course, you would like to learn more about the topic and the issue, learn more about drugs, and for awareness. So you have a lot of expectations. Enlightenment. I also see enlightenment. So that's good. Perhaps a new perspective on the issue. Also to learn about research and policy. So we have a lot of expectations from our participants. But what is consistent in the answers is that it is expected that this forum will be informative and will provide awareness and updates on the topic. So everyone, thank you for participating in our Mentimeter poll. That concludes our short warm-up for this morning. I believe our speakers have taken note of your responses.
Thank you, Dr. Dalmasio. Before we proceed to the discussion of the 5 topic areas of this forum, let me now introduce our session facilitators who will in turn introduce the invited speakers and the 5 topic areas in this forum. Our sessions will be facilitated by Ms. Jo-Ann de Belen, the Senior National Program Officer of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime of the Philippines, Mrs. De Belen is an experienced international development worker with specialization in the development, management, and evaluation of programs ranging from emergency response to long-term community development. With over 20 years of professional experience in Southeast Asia, especially the Philippines and Indonesia, implementing post-disaster recovery, community-based disaster risk reduction, as well as long-term community development. In addition to Ms. De Belen, we also have Dr. Elmer Soriano. Dr. Soriano is the Managing Director of Civica Asian Development Academy and currently one of the co-conveners of the Asian Center for Drug Policy. Dr. Soriano is also a part-time governance innovation mentor for Galing Pook Academy and also a National Selection Committee member for the same organization. His other affiliations include Adaptive Learning Trainer for ASEA, Consultant for Sea Oil Philippines, WHO, and the Asian Development Bank. So before we begin, we'd like again to invite everyone to join the online conversation using our official hashtags, Substance Abuse Policy PH, hashtag Philippines NAST, and hashtag ACD Filipinas. To our virtual audience, please key in your questions in the Q&A box of this Zoom webinar. If you are watching through Facebook Live, please type your questions in the comments section. The speakers and the panelists will answer them during the open forum. Also, let me remind our resource persons that they will be given 15 minutes each for their presentation. And to facilitate the first session of the substance use in the Philippines, identifying the key issues, may I now call on Ms. Joanne De Belen of the UNODC. Ms. De Belen, the virtual floor is now yours. I think you're on mute, Joanne.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Academician Chung. Good morning, everyone. The drug use situation in the Philippines consists of a myriad of overlapping circumstances, lenses, and frameworks. In this first session, topic 1, our speaker will be focusing on exactly how deep these issues run, what is being done to address them, and which specific sectors the drug problem impacts, as well as the research gaps and policy recommendations. Let me now introduce you to our speaker. Our speaker for this topic is Undersecretary Benjamin Reyes, one of the permanent members of the Dangerous Drugs Board, or the DDB. Undersecretary Reyes is also the chair of its Drug Demand Reduction Committee. He is a career professional with the rank of Undersecretary and a combined 22 years in public service, a career spanning 10 years in DDB's leadership and over 12 years in the Department of Health's units. Yusek Reyes has represented the Philippines in many UN and ASEAN conferences and workshops on illicit drugs and drug demand reduction. He's a doctor of dental medicine and holds a master's in public health majoring in biostatistics and epidemiology, both from the University of the Philippines. He also holds a master's in development management from the Asian Institute of Management. Undersecretary Reyes, the screen is now yours.
Everyone, I was tasked to present the output of Cluster 1, gathered during the online forum conducted last April and participated by various stakeholders. The following key issues have been identified to strengthen the campaign on substance use in the country. First, we need to examine the environment, the context in which we implement drug abuse interventions. At the regional level, ASEAN accounts for around 8.5% of the global population. From 633 million people in 2015, it is expected to grow by 741 million people in 2035. By 2025, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam will be 3 of the ASEAN countries with over 100 million of their respective national population. Despite the growing uncertainty in the global economy, The bloc's economic performance remained promising. ASEAN has the fifth largest economy in the world, with a GDP of around $3 trillion last year, a significant increase from seventh place it had 5 years ago. Notwithstanding the Philippines Human Development Index value increasing by 21.1% between 1990 and 2019, the country is ranked somewhere in the middle at around 107th out of 189 countries in poverty and healthcare access. Of course, suffice it to say, governance issues still persist. And of course, these factors drives the expansion of the global drug market and syndicate operations in the region. Utilization of technologies and various communication platforms contribute to the evolution of operations and migration of organized crime, and therefore conventional drug law enforcement measures in an expanded and complex drug market with a network of cross-regional drug syndicates becomes more challenging. Despite the drug problem being generally acknowledged as a biopsychosocial concern, many still relate to the drug campaign as an enforcement issue. This mindset guided the underlying policy framework laid down by the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002, a 19-year-old law which is currently in review in Congress. There is a growing realization that approaches to drug prevention and control must be reviewed and updated. Some of the biggest seizures of PDEA happened during the pandemic. In fact, just last Sunday, June 13, authorities seized around 155 kilos of suspected shabu with an estimated value of around $22.4 million in two separate drug busts last Sunday. COVID did not impede the operations of these drug syndicates. And of course, we need to review how issues related to the consequences of drug response solely based on conventional criminal justice and law enforcement system is holding up. In the region, methamphetamine remains to be the main drug produced and abused, driven by the shift in the Mekong Delta region from cultivating opiates to synthetic substances production. We also see new technologies being used to produce new substances entering the market at a cheaper price. Now, in the Philippines, 80% of the more than 42,000 barangays were classified as drug affected. 2 of every 100 Filipinos are current users. And drugs are trafficked from abroad or locally produced. The campaign, as mentioned earlier, is guided by the current law and, of course, the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy, which aims to achieve drug-free sustainable communities by 2022. The campaign is implemented by government agencies through the Dangerous Drugs Board and 15 other social development and security agencies. DDB issued resolutions and regulations which can be downloaded at the DDB website, www.ddb.gov.ph, ensuring that that there is adequate supply of drugs for medical and scientific purposes, and further ensuring that diversion of drugs from licit sources to illicit channels are prevented and that Filipinos are able to access the vital services. Enforcement-centric approaches resulted to the following situations presented in this slide. And there is a need to study possible transitioning to a more balanced approach to substance use campaigns, taking into consideration cultural, economic, and social dimensions of substance use as mandated by PADS. We also need to examine closely the following: jail and prison overcrowding, stigma and discrimination against people involved with drugs, violations on the right to life and right to health, and contributions to health issues. Of course, there is a need to emphasize and strengthen the foundation of drug-related responses. We want to assert respect and promotion to human rights, human dignity as core foundations of drug-related responses, which is actually mentioned and highlighted in PADS. We also want to strengthen the engagement of PWOODs in the design up to the implementation of these responses. We want to sustain multi-sectoral collaboration, improve programs and services in the different phases of the continuum of care from prevention, treatment, and reintegration. On gender and substance use, right now we only have 3 facilities catering to women, and it goes without saying that gender issues must be incorporated in intervention programs. The community-based rehab program is an emerging field in the ASEAN region. And we're proud to mention that Philippines is the first to institutionalize the program through a policy. 723 out of 1,482 cities and municipalities implement CBRPs. But admittedly, reintegration of PWOODs into their respective communities is the weakest component of the program. Systemic healthcare issues under a devolved setting must also be examined. Integrated services must address continuum of care under existing health insurance systems, our PhilHealth. Health services and treatment is almost always insufficient for persons deprived of liberty. The new normal also necessitates more online services in relation to substance use, including counseling, assessment, among others. We must address efforts to study the effectiveness of online platforms in the delivery of treatment and care services. Of course, we must emphasize the need to involve everyone in strengthening drug education to combat substance use stigma and discrimination. Expand the discussion on drugs and substance use in the education sector. Of course, we need the academic community to participate in shifting messages about substance use towards a more holistic understanding geared on public health. So these are just some of what we need to do moving forward. First is the full implementation of DDB issuances on the provision of interventions. We also want to institutionalize public health approaches on substance abuse. We want to integrate holistic, interdisciplinary, integrative, people-centered, multi-cross-sectoral, and public health approaches in substance abuse intervention frameworks. As previously mentioned, the establishment of a PhilHealth package for the entire continuum of care for from community-based rehab programs to outpatient programs and to inpatient programs must be done, as well as the expansion of online health services for concerns related to substance use. We must strengthen whole-of-government approach to substance use, emphasizing response to the underlying determinants affecting substance use. We must provide programs assuring adequate livelihood, gainful employment, skills, training opportunities, access to economic activities, to disincentivize participation in problematic drug trade. The need to strengthen the establishment of community support systems and development or creation of diversion programs must also be accomplished. Efforts for integrated continuum of care on substance use must be expanded. The implementation of mental health law provisions related to substance use must be subsumed by the primary health care capacities of governments to enable them to respond to rapid developments in organized crime and drug markets must be built up. We must strengthen responses to overcrowded closed-setting institutions and strengthen the role of the academic community in drug or substance use education. More importantly, of course, there is a need to sustain resources allocated for the drug campaign, especially for demand reduction and public health intervention activities. What policy direction should we take? Maybe it's time to look into institutionalizing incremental shifts from prevailing conventional policy framework on substance use towards adoption of compassionate pragmatism. It's a public health framework where persons who use drugs are at the center and when principles of human dignity are at the core of our foundations. We need to strengthen engagement with people-centered approaches with the inclusion of PWOODs, their families, communities, and other stakeholders. We want to expand interdisciplinary, integrative, multi-cross-sectoral approaches. Ideally, we need to also look into policies that prevent adverse health outcomes related to drug use, such as fatal overdoses, prevalence of bloodborne diseases, and other infections and drug-related deaths, including self-harm and accidental deaths. There is a need to build up voluntary mechanisms in providing substance use interventions and underscore restorative and transformative justice that deals with pretrial detention, mass incarceration, disproportionate sentencing, and others. On the current research needs, it is essential to generate evidences to support the policy shifts suggested previously. On your screen are just some of the issues we need to consider. 1, to revisit conventional approaches to substance use and move towards a more public health approach. We need to generate evidences on the impact of global and regional developments in drug-related problems and how it relates at the local context. We need to look into the intersection of local realities, political, cultural, and others, and the developments on the drug market, money laundering, the use of online currencies, and the like. We also want to look at emerging trends on substance use and its public health implications. Of course, we need to unpack economic, social, cultural, and other factors affecting substance use to enable responsive matching of interventions and solutions. Improvements in monitoring and audit of existing programs or interventions, both at the national and at the local level, including assessment of its cohesiveness and responsiveness, will further identify implementation gaps. There is a need to look into the client process flow, detailing the client's journey, attrition between points in the continuum of care, the integration, progression from closed setting to community-based outpatient facilities. And more researches on community-based rehab and other local public health approach-based programs must also be done. Of course, we cannot overemphasize the need for more discourse and data on stigmatization and discrimination related to substance use. We also need to look towards developing an effective diversion system, intersection of substance use and gender, intersection of substance use and mental health. That's it. I hope I was able to capture all the recommendations, and thank you for your attention.
Okay. Am I on? Thank you, Undersecretary Reyes, for that comprehensive but succinct presentation. I know it's difficult to compress the discussion in just 15 minutes, so thank you for succeeding in doing that. Our open forum is going to be facilitated by academician Carmencita Padilla, a member of the NAST Philippines Health Sciences Division and focal person of this Science Policy Forum. She's also a 3-term chancellor of the UP Manila. Academician Padilla, the floor is yours, please. You're on mute, academician Padilla.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of questions, so do I have 10 minutes for the questions? Now just choose the ones that have been outvoted in our list.
Yes. Undersecretary Reyes is still on.
Yes, can he be shown on the screen so that he can respond to the questions?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Can we highlight Undersecretary Yusek Reyes, please? So we do have a lot of questions for you, but let me just share a couple of questions here. There's a lot of questions on whether these measures have been forwarded to the government. Can you just please assure the audience on how you're moving forward with these suggestions that you have shared with us?
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am Minkita. In fact, we have been discussing with our policymakers, both in Congress and in Senate, on how to first look into how we can amend the existing laws. Of course, our framework, as I mentioned earlier, is of course RA 9165, no? And we need to have those amendments in before the end of the administration. And in fairness, in both houses, the committees on dangerous drugs are helping us facilitate, gravitate our policies towards a more public health friendly intervention approach.
Thank you. The next question is, how do you implement a mandatory random drug test in the companies? As we've said, it's a global pandemic. And can you make suggestions on how we were able to do this? Mandatory random testing in all of the companies within the Philippines.
Mm-hmm. The policy of DOLE, Ma'am Minkita, is actually to mandate a drug-free workplace program in occupational environments. No, drug testing is just one of the components that must be done. Of course, how they do it, they can randomize selection of employees. It's up to them. It also depends on the resources available on the company. So we are very flexible in implementing this one, and this program is also being monitored by DOLE. No, some of the local government units have required a drug-free workplace program before providing them with their permits, business permits. But again, we are very flexible. And right now, we are also reviewing those said policies together with the Civil Service Commission for Government Workplaces. And for the private sector, we also want to involve ECOP and the business sector.
Thank you, Yusek Reyes. Can you comment on the community-based approach? How soon are we going to see this on a national scale?
Actually, we already have policies in place, ma'am, to have this implemented by all local government units in the country. As I mentioned in my lecture, more than 700 cities and municipalities are already implementing it out of the 1,400 plus local government units. But we feel that it can still be improved. We are looking at how we can also support highly urbanized LGUs, and maybe in provinces. The level of support must be defined per LGU. And again, it's a work in progress. We're just the board regulation number 7 was only approved 2019, and we're still learning as we pursue more intervention programs.
Thank you, Yusek Reyes. I've heard from you and our keynote speaker that there is a close collaboration between the private sector, the civil society, the academia, and government. But there seems to be a certain degree of anxiety from our audience. Can you just clarify, very briefly again, how are you working together, all sectors of society, to achieve the goal of a drug-free country? Yusek Reyes.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, actually, we have engaged with the faith-based sector. We have the Catholic Church helping us, the various religious sects supporting us. We also engage with several NGOs in the country. And let me assure you that we intend to provide healthcare services for all those assessed as having low risk and mild substance use disorders. So just to give an assurance to everyone that we are doing our best. And of course, again, as I mentioned, we're still learning and we're open to suggestions.
Am I on?
Yes, you're on, Academician Padilla.
Disconnect. Sino ba na-disconnect?
Ayan, ako yata, ma'am.
Go ahead.
sorry. Did you get my response, ma'am? Let me just assure everyone that we're open to suggestions, no? But we have engaged with various NGOs. The Rotary Republic is helping us, civic organizations, faith-based organizations, and we welcome everyone's support. No, of course, government alone cannot implement such a big intervention program. But let me assure everyone, we're headed towards the right direction, and please help us.
Thank you, Yusek Reyes. There was a question about, I'm sure you've been monitoring the data in the country, and there is a question whether availability and price has affected actually the numbers of users in the country. Do you have this data to share with our audience?
Sorry, ma'am, can you say that again?
It's the effect of the price and availability. So which means, if of the drugs, whether it's affected the statistics that we have in the country.
Mm-hmm. I don't have the data with me, ma'am, but I was informed by PIDEA that so far, drug availability, accessibility, and price of drugs has not changed. As mentioned by Olivier and in my lecture, COVID apparently did not affect the availability of these substances. No? And so we call on everyone to still remain vigilant and help the government's effort to really address this problem.
Yusek Reyes, there's a question about the participation of the education sector. And you did mention that you are fixing the messaging that we're giving in the schools. Can you enlighten the audience about this plan on your end?
That's a very good question. In fact, we are working with DepEd, ma'am, now with USEC REBC. And we are set to implement the universal prevention curriculum. Of course, DepEd has their own prevention activities, but they are set to adopt the Colombo Plan and INL, International Narcotics Law Enforcement endorsed universal prevention curriculum. And we have been rolling out the curriculum for several months now. And we've also worked with CHED, the Commission on Higher Education, and together with our chairman, CHED chairman, I think they are now looking into the possible revisions of prevention modules at the tertiary level, ma'am.
Thank you. We still have a long list of questions, but allow me to just ask the last question, and then I will request Yusek Reyes to respond directly at the Q&A box. You mentioned about the PhilHealth package. Is there an update on this, very important component of your plans?
Correct, ma'am. We have been advocating for the development of the package since the previous administration pa, no? And so far, as far as I know, they already developed a package for detoxification procedures. And I was also informed that the Department of Health is currently reviewing other inpatient packages and outpatient packages for substance users. So hopefully before the end of the administration, we will have better options.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Yusek Reyes. Please continue answering the questions that are in your inbox. And for those who send questions at Facebook, we will try to gather them and make sure that we are able to respond also. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Back to you, Academician Chong.
Thank you.
Dr. Joan, Miss Joan, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Undersecretary Reyes and Academician Padilla. To show our appreciation, we would like to present the following certificate of appreciation to our speaker, Doc Benj, or Undersecretary Benjamin Reyes. The Department of Science and Technology, NAST, and the ACDP present this certificate of appreciation to Undersecretary Benjamin P. Reyes in recognition of his invaluable contribution as resource person at the National Substance Use Science Policy and Information Forum, Substance Use in the Philippines, Governance, Research, and Practice, held on 15 June 2021 in Manila, Philippines. And this is signed by Academician Carmencita Padilla of NAST and Dr. Armand Crisostomo of ACDP and UP Manila. Maraming salamat, Yusek Benji.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. This concludes the first session of this forum. May I now call on Dr. Elmer Soriano of ACDP to introduce the next session, Public Health Dimensions of Substance Use. Dr. Elmer? Okay, I think Doc Elmer's having a little difficulty. Our next speaker, let me just introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is familiar to many of us. She's Dr. Clara H. Pudaranan, the head of the Health Systems Development and Management Support Unit of the Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program of the DOH. Dr. Pudaranan is a psychiatrist and medical doctor. She's a training officer of the Dangerous Drugs, the DDAP of the Department of Health, and one of the content experts who conceptualized the training course. She is currently the head of the Health Systems Development and Management Support Unit of DDAP. Dr. Pudaranan, the virtual floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Joanne. Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers for having me here to present to you the summary of the discussions from the pre-conference webinars on the public health dimension of substance use. Okay, the key problems to be addressed are the following. Implementation of proper and effective community-based drug rehabilitation programs. As has been mentioned by Yusek Benji, we already have more than 700 CBDRPs all over the country at this point, but it's a work in progress. And of course, the integration of the community-based drug rehabilitation into the mental health program, knowing that mental health will involve not just the psychiatric and the neurologic disorders, but also substance abuse disorders. And tuberculosis management and treatment for PWODs in various treatment settings. It was found out in the research by Dr. Carl Antonio that the prevalence of tuberculosis in our drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation centers is substantially higher than the country prevalence, but is within the range reported for other congregate settings. Also, another problem to be addressed is to enhance the capacities and attitudes of health and service providers to ensure quality and empathic care for PWODs. This is not overemphasizing that there is a need to destigmatize addiction, and also to support and funding for research areas related to substance use.
Dr. Clara, can we request you to make it in a presenter form? It's actually at the bottom, one option. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Why can't I do it for a while?
Another option is up there sa taas.
I'm pressing on the presentation for a while.
Slideshow. F5 down.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Can somebody assist?
Thank you so much. Sorry for that. Hindi ko siya ma-move. Problems to be addressed. Of course, the support and funding for research areas related to substance use. So what should be the actionable points for the government? One is to support and monitor the existing community-based drug rehab programs in the country. And of course, there is a need to support proper management and treatment of tuberculosis among our persons who use drug population in the drug abuse treatment and rehab centers, or DATRCs. There is a need to strengthen and conduct health needs assessment so that we could better implement the community-based drug rehab programs, and to strengthen, evaluate, and identify the best practices of the CBDRPs already existing, and to promote and ensure effective implementation. There is also a need to strengthen coordination between DATRCs and the TB DOTS facilities to ensure treatment compliance without actually compromising any DATRC protocols. Of course, we cannot do anything without the resources. Well, we need to allocate resources for capacity building activities for our implementers of community-based drug rehab programs. We need to allocate resources also for providing training to our staff in managing the tuberculosis cases in our rehab centers. Also, to include our PWOODs as beneficiary of free treatment from TB DOTS. As of the moment, there are those who get the treatment, the medicine from either the LGU, from the family, or from the TB DOTS. So we need to allocate resources for this. And also to increase campaign in raising awareness on drug use and dependence among health and service providers to promote positive and accepting attitudes towards PWOODs. And that means to allocate resources for destigmatizing addiction. And of course, provide training to our health and service providers to enhance their knowledge and comfort in taking care of our PWOODs, or persons who use drugs. We also recommend to develop comprehensive guidelines for CBDRPs. Although we have already the DDB Board Reg 7 and DDB Board Reg 4, which gives a checklist on the guidelines for CBDRPs. We need to develop a more comprehensive one so that it will be so that our CBDRP implementers will be properly guided. So we also recommend integration of public health perspectives, including mental health in drug abuse interventions of non-health sectors. We recommend health financing and social health insurance coverage for CBDRP, as was mentioned by Yusek Benji. No? As of the moment, we have only a field health package for detoxification, but the Department of Health is working on the CPGs needed for the packages on the other levels of care. So we are recommending to create guidelines in the management of tuberculosis among PWOODs, a standard one in different treatment settings, and integration of our rehab centers in the TB DOTS network, either as providing or referring facility. Of course, there are policy research gaps that we need to attend to. We need to examine the multi-level consequences of substance use. No, not just on the individual, but also on his family and, of course, the community. We need to develop tools to measure substance use prevalence and patterns. We have a need to really make use of all the data that we are gathering now, especially during this administration, wherein there is a focus on the on this administration on how to prevent and treat and rehabilitate our PWOODs. There's a need to develop methodology and tools to evaluate the effectiveness of substance use prevention approaches and interventions. Although we are now encouraging and actively providing a universal prevention curriculum by our partners to our CBDRP and other rehab practitioners. And there is a need to examine the various factors in the successful implementation of these preventive and rehabilitative strategies. And we need to expand the analysis of drug supply and supply reduction strategies if we really want to really put an end to this drug problem in the country. We need to evaluate the different drug demand and supply reduction policies that we have at the moment. We need to investigate also the prevalence of tuberculosis among PWOODs in different treatment settings, because the one that was done by Dr. Carl was on residential facilities. So we need to investigate more in different treatment settings. And also we need to determine the best practices on the case handling and management of tuberculosis among PWOODs. I think this is all that we have gathered during our pre-conference, and I hope I was able to summarize them well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Clara Fudaranan, for the very insightful presentation. Dr. Fudaranan's presentation is a summary of our second pre-conference webinar that was held in April 28 on the public health dimensions of substance use. We now move on to our open forum, which will be facilitated by Academician Padilla again. Academician Padilla.
Thank you. Can I have Dr. Clara spotlighted? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, there are a lot of questions that have come out from your presentation, and you talked heavily about the community-based program, and you did mention that we need to study the factors for successful implementation. So the first question is, can you mention at least some models wherein we can say that we've had some successful programs at the community level?
Yes, thank you very much, academician Ma'am Carmencita Padilla. Thank you so much. Actually, yes, because during the start of this administration, there were proactive moves, no, from all sectors. So everybody was really motivated to do something about it because there were a lot of surrenderies, as we call them, no, from the Tokhang that time. And therefore, there were a lot of programs. And one of these that I could mention will be the faith-based programs, which was for us, culturally, for Filipinos, this makes actually a big impact on our PWOODs, no? And it really helped them. And another model that was already approved by the DDB is the KKDK of the Philippine Association of Psychologists, or the PAP, which is a facilitation model that has been helping our PWOODs not only in the community setting but also in enclosed facilities such as in our BGMP facilities. So these are very good CBDRP programs, ma'am, but there are a lot more. Thank you.
We have a follow-up question. So is there an update on legitimizing recovering people in the front lines of the programs to be accredited by the DOH?
Yes, actually, the CBDRP, according to our Board Reg 4, should be certified by the regional DOH offices, so that we will assure our PWOODs that the services being given to them and the program are evidence-based. So the regional DOH offices will be the ones to certify all the programs, even those existing programs before the Board Reg 4 was released. This will be presented to the DOH regional offices for certification, just to make sure that we have quality programs for our PWOODs.
Oh, thank you. That is very reassuring that, that the Department of Health is on board. Can you enlighten on the issues on the tools that you mentioned? You said you had to develop the tools in monitoring the substance abuse and so on. So can you enlighten the audience about this strategy on your end?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Actually, we have already these programs, but there is a need to monitor and evaluate these programs for its effectiveness. And that's why the government now is coming up with new info system to gather all this data, so that we will be able to see the effectiveness. There will be monitoring of these programs all over the country. So DDB will be the repository of all the data. And of course, for the CBDRP, the ILG is the implementer of CBDRP, although the Department of Health provides the technical assistance. Therefore, the Department of Interior and Local Government has already come up with an info system, which will be the repository of all the data from all our CBDRPs all over the country, ma'am.
So you were mentioning that the DDB is actually the repository of the I'm sorry, am I still
ma'am, repository of all the data from all levels of care, so from the residential, non-residential, and also the CBDRP.
Okay. Now there was a mention about the online tools, so would you like to comment on the use of online tools for your data gathering? Is this already being implemented right now?
What we're using now, we're working on the online screening of our clients, of our PWOODs, to be able to screen them for any comorbidities or screen them for the risk level of their use. We can do that online. And I will take this opportunity to promote that there is such a thing as substance abuse helpline 1550. You just dial 1550 for more awareness, for education on or for drug awareness, and also our agents can provide brief intervention, and they can provide the callers and the family with problems on substance use disorder to our treatment facilities all over the country, ma'am.
Okay, so just one last question again. There are many questions. Please respond to some of the questions in the Q&A box, and probably we'll send you some more questions from the Facebook Live. But on the integration of drug rehabilitation and mental health, one short comment about this.
Okay, very short comment. I agree with that. Being a psychiatrist, I know there is a need to integrate substance abuse with mental health. Although substance abuse program has been already a few steps ahead of the mental health law, which was just recently passed. But I agree that there should be integrated because it is a brain disease. It is also a psychosocial disease, and therefore there is a need for it to be integrated into the mental health program.
Thank you very much. With that, thank you again, Dr. Clara, and back to you, Joanne and Academician Chong.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clara Fuderanan and Academician Padilla. To show our appreciation, we would like to present the following certificate of appreciation to our speaker. So the DOST, NAST, and ACDP presents the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Clara Fuderanan in recognition of her contribution as resource person at the National Substance Use Policy and Information Forum held on 15 June 2021 in Manila, Philippines. And this is signed by Academician Padilla and Dr. Armando Crisostomo. Maraming salamat po, Dr.
Thank
Fuderanan.
you. Thank you so much, Ma'am Joanne. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you po. This concludes our session on public health dimension of substance use. The next one is on support systems for persons who use drugs. And we were supposed to have a break, but we will no longer have that break. So we will proceed to the third session of this National Forum on Substance Use. Our session will now focus on support systems for PWOODs, or persons who use drugs. Support systems are crucial for recovering individuals and communities. In this session, our speaker will be providing an overview on the different frameworks, best practices, and lenses through which professionals can provide support to those who are reclaiming their lives post-substance use. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Reniel Cristobal. Reniel B. Cristobal has been in the addiction treatment field for over 20 years. He has taken a professional in residence training program with Hazelden Foundation, Category 1 studies in addiction treatment at Harvard Medical School, special studies in treating on the addictions from the American Psychological Association, marriage and family therapy, and others. He is currently the executive director and founder of Family Wellness Center Foundation, Incorporated. Mr. Cristobal, the screen is now yours.
Good morning, everyone. My topic today would be support systems approach to treatment, recovery, and care. Okay. In the context of the Philippines, the issues around drugs, particularly illegal drugs, is widely discussed, sa television, radio, and social media. In fact, it is also sometimes tackled as a political issue. Undeniably, drug use and legal drug trade have causes and social consequences. But what's mostly missing in public discussions, especially involving decision makers, is addressing the root causes of substance use and dependence, and even the involvement of Filipinos to illegal drug trade or drug activities. We rarely actually take time in understanding the why. Why is it that despite the harmful consequences of substance use and illegal drug trade, Filipinos still tend to be lured into these risky activities? Okay. We mostly and almost automatically jump into conclusion that siguro itong mga adik, wala lang magawa sa buhay, or salot sila sa lipunan, okay? Misconceptions like, peer influence lang daw to, maybe they're bored, the free and independent choice, or that raid is the only way to solve the problem. Police raid and military raids of laboratories, okay? Or the problems are created by drug pushers and smugglers only. Or addiction is a moral failing, and that, that everybody are victims. Okay? So these are common misconceptions. Like I said earlier, drug use and dependence and illegal drug trade has social causes and consequences. Okay, and some of the examples I could give you are, for example, families and communities with low social capital and disorganized communities may perceive that engaging in risky behavior like drug use as normal. Okay, example, lack of opportunities for education, for jobs, making a living. It's a very, they become very tempted, no, to indulge in the illegal drug trade since mabilis ang pera, malaki ang kita. So as you can see in the slides, no, the vicious cycle, poverty, drug use disorder, to limited employment, limited education, so madali lang silang malure, okay, and then conflict, and ikot-ikot lang. Also, of course, also the protective factors and the risk factors for substance use, no? So humihina yung protective factors, lumalakas naman yung risk factors, no? Because of the substance use initiation. So these are the things, no, that we need to understand, if we will really be deciding to deal, no, with this problem. Everyone seems to have their own opinions, no, about drug abuse and drug dependence. Yun nga lang, no, except for the people themselves, no, who are directly affected. I think it's about time that we have to start listening to them. We need to start hearing their stories, no, what they're going through, and and ano yung hardships na experience nila. And from there, we might really understand, no, how to help these people. So why do people turn to drugs? No? Yun ang karamihan tanong. No? Drug users turn to drugs because to some it is a form of temporarily organizing an otherwise disordered life. Having heard at least thousands of stories, over the years, through my clients and even some friends, no, na eventually drugs was able to rule their lives. Okay, kaya parang nagiging temporary, coping mechanism. Another one is loneliness. Because addiction is an isolating disease too, people do get lonely. They get sad, no, they feel sad, and fear. Nagiging fear-based sila. That's the reason why I'm mentioning this is kasi it is so important for us to be able to make them feel that they're not on their own, that we're here to support them, and that we're not here to hurt them. So for me, those are very important things to remember. Now, there are ways now today that we see that can help them organize life without psychoactive substances, okay? Like faith, religion, okay? We've seen faith-based programs that are very effective, Bible studies that helps people abstain and be able to continue their abstinence. Self-help groups like Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous. New friends, non-using friends, are really good ways. New environment, a new place. new creative challenges, or a combination of all. So, how do we help them organize life without psychoactive substances? We need to start helping these people, okay, find how they can start feeling internal empty spaces in their lives, in themselves. We need to help them find a purpose and a direction, in life. And the more they actually develop this, the more na nagiging less high risk sila, in going back. Okay. So, what is recovery? Recovery is a process of change through which people improve their health and wellness. They live self-directed lives and strive to reach their full potential. Okay, that is what recovery. Recovery is not just abstaining from drugs, but of course that's the first step. Now there are 4 dimensions that support recovery. Okay, first is community. Ang sabi nga natin, bumabalik sila sa community, So they have to have a relationship, good, healthy relationships that supports recovery, social networks that provide support, friendship, love, and hope. Okay. Second is home. They have to have a stable and safe place to live. Okay. Health. Make informed, healthy choices that support not only physically but emotional well-being. And the last is the purpose. We need to help them have a recovery support approach that gives them meaning in their lives, a purpose. So meaning having a meaningful daily activities, independence, income, resources, and being able to participate in society. One of them is citizenship. Okay, we need to help drug users or drug dependents, these people, the mga PWODs, to be able to be productive members of the community and society. And the more they experience this, the more they will feel that they are part of an environment or of a community. And that's what we call citizenship. Now, we have also what we call recovering-oriented guiding principles. Okay? One is recovery emerges from hope, that there is hope. We need to start helping these people believe that there is always hope, that they will not die as drug addicts. It has to be a person-driven. Recovery is person-driven. We need to help them have a drive in life, have a meaning in life. Recovery occurs via many pathways. Hindi lang po religion, hindi lang treatment program. Maraming pathways na pwede silang puntahan or daanan. Recovery is holistic. It's not only medical, but it's environmental, it's social, it's spiritual, okay? It's psychological, okay? Fifth, recovery is supported by peers and allies, okay? Kaya meron tayo tinatawag ng mga peer support group. We need to help them be part of a peer support group, okay? 6, recovery is supported through relationship and social networks. 7, recovery is culturally based and influenced. 8, it has to be supported by addressing trauma. Okay. And 9, recovery involves individual, the family, and the community. Yung strength nila and yung responsibilities nila. Kaya nga, part ng program ng DSWD is, diba, yung dimensions. So, kailangan may mga dimensions sila, individual, the family, the community. And 10, recovery is based on respect. Now,
okay, I think Yes, that was the presentation of Mr. Cristobal. Thank you very much, Mr. Cristobal, for that engaging presentation. I think there were a little more slides to it, but because we're a little over time, we will proceed to our open forum, which is going to be facilitated by Academician Padilla. May I once again invite Academician Padilla and Mr. Cristobal on screen.
Yeah.
Can I have Mr. Cristobal spotlight?
Hi, good morning.
Magandang umaga po. That was a different kind of presentation because it really completes the picture now for the workshops that you've been having. There are a couple of questions I'd like you to respond to. I don't think you'll be able to ask all of them, but you did talk a lot about recovery and the different pathways. So I'd like to ask you the first question of, how do we ensure that the community is ready to accept them or the home is ready to accept them?
Well, I think for the community, the first thing that we really need to do in the community is education. So we really need to start coming up with psychoeducation programs, not only for the PWOD, but for the community. When I say community, it could also be the family, included na the family. And also we also notice karamihan ng struggle and challenge sa community, hindi lang yung family, but minsan yung local government, yung mga nandyan, Kasi iba-iba yung pagkakaintindi nila So I think for me, it's very important na iisa yung pagkakaintindi, Kung hindi, people will have different approaches with the PWODs when they get back to the community, and sometimes it gives more challenges to everyone.
From your presentation and even the prior presentations, the role of the LGU is very important. And there's actually a comment in the Q&A box about the budget that's being allocated. So who dictates the price that should be, allocated to this problem? Can you comment, Mr. Cristobal?
Oh, well, I'm not so familiar with the process of LGU, but I really don't know the exact budget that they need. But what I can say is, sana prioritize talaga nila, to put a really good budget for education, even making materials that they can give in the community, yung mga small literature materials, that would really help, maybe put it in Tagalog, so, maintindihan ng lahat, So, para mawala din yung stigma, yung stigmatization.
So the next one is a follow-up question. How do we ensure that the LGU is on board? Because it seems like recovery and integration is going to be dependent on the LGU involvement on our clients. Who is monitoring the LGU engagement?
Well, I'm not so familiar, but what I know is DILG is also on top of the this. They're the one in charge, and I think I'm part of this project now with DSWD. I think DSWD and DILG and DOH are working together, for this, and the PNP, are also working together to how to help the community, get ready, for what we call reintegration, ng mga PWODs if they come from the either rehab centers or the community-based programs. So it's really preparing. Yeah, we really need to start preparing them.
That's why I said your presentation actually, brings home the message that even if we do, if the community is not ready, the integration is going to be very difficult. So with that, if I may just ask the last question, because we have to move on due to time constraints.
Yes.
In terms of the productivity again, from the thousands of stories that you've heard, how many of our clients, our patients eventually felt that they were integrated into society? Just from your personal experience within your group. Mahirap ba?
Yeah, mahirap. No, I really don't have the exact the exact statistics. But what I would like to only share, no, as you know, before we part ways, is, you know, sana we have to start listening again. No? We have to start listening to the pivots, no. Not only, you know, I always hear, you know, people talking about the, you know, the law. Okay, but that's fine, no. I mean, I have nothing against that, or the medical approach and treatment, but I think it's also about time that we have to start listening to the pivots themselves, so we will really, you know what they really need, what they're going through, and then let's come up with interventions according to the things we hear from them. Their stories have so much information that we would know. And minsan nakakaligtaan natin sila, no? We just get to focus on the medical aspect. We get to focus on policies and laws. You know, again, I have nothing against that. No, that's very important. It's just that maybe we also need to listen to them. And last, I think we also need the help of the media. No? The media, you know, to start actually delivering message of hope, no, sa publiko. Hindi lang yung mga adik pumapatay, you know, massacre dito, tokhang doon, you know. I think we need to start giving the message of hope, no, that people do recover, that addicts doesn't have to die, you know. They can always get help, and maybe, just maybe, we can start motivating them to seek help. No?
Well, thank you, Mr. Cristobal. That's a perfect way to end this section, because we're ending with a lot of hope, and we do have some media in the audience. I encourage the panelists, not just you, but the rest of the speakers before you, to please answer some of the questions at the Q&A box. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And yes, Mr. Cristobal, we will continue to listen. Maraming salamat. And back to you.
Maraming salamat din po. Okay,
thank you, Academician Padilla and Mr. Reggie Cristobal. To show our appreciation, we would like to present the following certificate of appreciation to Mr. Cristobal for his contribution to this forum. So again, the DOST, NAST, and ACDP present this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Reggie Cristobal in recognition of his invaluable contribution as resource person at the National Substance Use Policy and Information Forum in June 15, 2021. This is signed by Academician Padilla and Dr. Arman Crisostomo. Maraming salamat, Mr. Reggie Cristobal.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will now proceed to the next session. And I call on Dr. Elmer Soriano. Please go ahead, Dr. Elmer.
Our next topic is the science of substance use, and we will have two speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Gail A. Gomez, who will be discussing the biopsychological perspectives on substance use. Dr. Gail Gomez is a psychologist and associate professor at the Ateneo de Naga University. She's also the chair of the Substance Use, Prevention, and Recovery Special Interest Group of the Psychological Association of the Philippines, PAP. PAP is one of the co-conveners of the Asian Center for Drug Policy. She will be followed by Dean Leonardo Estacio Jr., who will be discussing the socio-anthropological perspectives of substance use. Dr. Dean Estacio is a professor at the Department of Behavioral Sciences at the UP Manila and currently Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at UP Manila. He teaches anthropology, behavioral sciences, and health policy courses at undergraduate and graduate levels. He completed his PhD in anthropology at UP Manila and his master's in public health at Johns Hopkins University. He has been a visiting scientist at the University of Washington and has been a recipient of the U.S. government's Hubert H. Humphrey Fellowship Program. A Apart from being awarded as an outstanding teacher by his college, he has also been a recipient of the UP Manila Chancellor's Award for exemplary extension work for public service. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give both of our speakers a warm round of applause.
Good morning. For our cluster on the science of substance use, we wanted to establish an understanding of the science of substance use from various disciplines. This knowledge could contribute to the development of further interventions as basis for policy making and to address research gaps. Based on the brown bag sessions, we gathered this for the biopsychological perspective. In line with the actionable points from the governance POV, the following are in need of support and strengthening. We recognize the important role that triggers play in encouraging people to engage in substance use, whether personal or environmental. So, there is a need for more programs that would help in furthering knowledge or understanding of these triggers which lead to substance use and its effects. Understanding substance use will also allow people to see the importance of help seeking and avail of treatments and interventions that are available. By knowing that community-based drug rehabilitation or CBDR offers a big potential to provide skills in coping and enhancing family support, thus the importance of implementing this. We are happy to share with you that the program Katatagan, Kalusugan at Damayan ng Komunidad or KKDK, through the efforts of the PAP and the USAID Renew Health, is now a recognized model for CBDR by the Dangerous Drugs Board. Due to the stigma attached to mental disorders, the need for treating this is underestimated. And there are PWODs who have comorbidities with other mental disorders. Therefore, a need to consider not only screening for substance use, but also mental health assessments for those whose drug use are prolonged due to mental health conditions, such as depression, anxiety, and the likes. Thus, an integrated care is also essential to address this matter. There is also a recognition of the shortage of personnel or human resource in treatment and rehabilitation centers or TRCs. There is now an increasing number of drug users among young populations. Therefore, there must also be a move towards evidence-based treatments for adolescents. To thoroughly apply client-centered approach, TRCs need to strengthen monitoring and follow-ups on individual clients. For treatment centers, such as Bahay ng Pagbabago, the need to improve the effectiveness of random checks on persons who are recovering from substance use, with informed consent to emphasize human dignity. There's also a need to enhance physical and health wellness programs. In consideration of promoting holistic approach to treatment, we consider Filipino culture and spirituality. So in Bahay Pagbabago and other treatment centers, there's a need to enhance the spiritual development by holding daily mass and other spiritual related activities. To achieve this, the following resources are thus deemed necessary. For the general population, more educational programs and advocacies to widen the scope of audience in terms of drug education. More youth might be reached if drug education can be integrated in the curriculum. For the PWODs, more educational and economic programs that can help them in moving away from substance use. A thorough understanding of substance use and that a one-size-fits-all approach is not helpful would acknowledge the need to allocate for human and other resources that would meet the client-centered approach to treatment and recovery. For TRCs and CBTR, apportion resources for repair of facilities and improvement of programs. In recognition of the reality that the support of family is very crucial to recovery, funding of existing programs is needed to continuously provide solutions for persons with substance dependency, including their family. So our recommendations for new policies would include consider doing more investigations on the impact of treatment interventions such as the KKDK, thus more fund allocations for more collaborative and evidence-based research that would be directed towards policymaking and program development. Treatments implemented by TRC should also emphasize the science of substance use. A move for creating a separate policy for adolescent clients or that which also considers their developmental span, their nature, and dynamics. Further investigation of the effectiveness of treatment to come up with more evidence-based interventions. A more integrative approach to care by putting together substance use and mental health services to address comorbidities among PWODs. The effectiveness of integrating in treatment services, drug recovery skills, life skills, and family interventions has been noted, especially in the delivery of the KKDK program. Thus, a policy that would consider these points to treatment must be in place. Then opt for a more sustainable aftercare program that PWODs might really appreciate because these are according to their needs. In line with the actionable points, the following are the existing policy research gaps that need to be addressed. More research efforts must be spent in understanding prevention of substance use so that these might be considered in the design or creation of intervention programs. To address the complexity of substance use, experts can collaborate more to contribute to a multidisciplinary view of the problem. Further investigation and appreciation of the effectiveness of psychological, social, and cultural nuances for better understanding of substance use. Understanding the factors that contribute to unsustainability of aftercare services that could eventually lead to relapse. That is all for the biopsychological perspective. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I am Leonardo Estacio Jr. from the College of Arts and Sciences, UP Manila, and I'm happy to share with you the socio-anthropological perspective on the science of substance use. I'd like to thank the National Academy of Science and Technology, the Asian Center for Drug Policy, and the University of the Philippines for this opportunity. In line with the aims of this forum, I'd like to grapple with these three very important questions. Question 1, what existing evidence of prevention, treatment, and care for people affected by drug use and drug use disorder that employs rights-based approaches can we learn and gain from socio-anthropological related research? Question number 2, what can sociology and anthropology contribute in the discourse on substance use? Question number 3, what evidence-based policy recommendations to national and local policymakers can we draw from socio-anthropological studies? Unlike sociology, it is being claimed that anthropology is a late arrival in the multidisciplinary research on substance use. Nevertheless, it has provided these three explanatory models as modes of inquiry. The cultural model, which looks at substance use as part of culture, a way of life, not disruptive, but done for social solidarity and recreation. The lifestyle model, which treats substance use as way of survival, a part of the subculture. The critical medical anthropological model, which situates substance use as a way of control, a tool for power on one hand and a lived experience on the other. These three tools provide traction for anthropology in creating an impact as a scientific enterprise in the substance use field. Anthropology employs the power of anthropological model using comparative and holistic research in drawing out hidden truths and meanings in human behavior and putting into context, connecting the dots, so to speak, to ferry out the truth in any phenomenon being studied. This works best in high-risk research where anthropologists are known to be risk takers, going in far-flung places and dangerous areas to conduct research. In the substance use field, particularly in the area of illegal drugs, the anthropologists are known in conducting what Hosson and Sakaran calls mapangahas na panaliksik, or insurgent research. Their mantra is to get the lion's cub, one should enter the lion's den. That's the power of ethnography, a tool used by anthropologists in conducting fieldwork or participant observation. Substance use is not well explored territory in sociological and anthropological research. Here in the list, I have cited some of those pioneers and eminent researchers in this field. For example, Professor Sarko, who did a pioneering work really in the drug abuse field. He has written a short history. Actually, this is a book, a short history on narcotic drug addiction in the Philippines. And academician and Professor Emeritus Michael Tan has done a lot of work in the substance abuse field, both in studying licit and illicit drugs. And he has written a lot of articles also in his column in the Philippine Daily Inquirer about issues that concerns substance use. And of course, we have one young medical anthropologist, also a medical doctor, who is a prolific researcher and who has done also ethnographic work of male urban poor youths in the Philippine port community on drug use. And a colleague, a dear colleague from the Ateneo de Manila University, Professor Emma Porio, has done a seminal work in making research on the use of children in illicit drug trafficking. And also young anthropologist Hobson and Sakaran, exploring the use of mapangahas na panaliksik tungo sa pagbuo ng kaalaman at katatagan sa gera laban sa droga. There's a dearth in terms of looking at the contribution of sociology and anthropology in the substance abuse field. So here's a short list in substance use research that is worth sharing. Of course, there are other researchers, but in the interest of time, I have listed here researchers where I am directly involved either as a lead researcher or a collaborator. And let me go through them one by one. So this research, Bawal na Gamot, Exploring Contradictions and Connections in an Urban Barangay, attempts to look at the dynamics of drug trading and drug taking in an urban community. And from this research, I was able to gather useful data on the epidemiology of drug use in the barangay and documented the vicious cycle of shabu trading and shabu taking as underground political economy, and provided useful data and how users fall into shabu addiction. From this study, I was also able to publish a theoretical and advocacy paper that recommends a developmental approach aimed at turning drug-vulnerable communities to drug-resistant communities through community organizing and community development projects as drug resiliency measures. The next one, the primary prevention of ATS abuse among youth in the Philippines, where I was involved as also part of the research team, assess the level of knowledge, attitude, and behavior of the Filipino youth on ATS, shabu and ecstasy, and from this designed and developed health promotion and communication strategies and materials to educate the youth from the harmful effects of drugs. From the research, we found out that the increased knowledge of the harmful effects of drugs, of the drug law, and developing a strong anti-drug attitude influence increase in protective factors. Good outcome of the research, it was used by the DDV as scientific basis in the creation of the Barkada Contra Droga, a national flagship program for preventive education and drug awareness campaign, which was created in 2004 and instituted in 2007. The next one is the use of children in illicit drug trafficking, which is done by Professor Imaporio of Ateneo Manila and her colleague. I was part also of the research team. And this participatory action research investigated how children were exploited and used as drug couriers. And from the findings in this research, a community-based drug demand and supply reduction program for children and youth were designed and implemented. This included peer counseling, responsible parenthood, youth organizing, and implementing recreation against drugs, talents against drugs, and including after-school tutorials. The project was a success, but short-lived because it was not sustained by the barangays. This next project, an addiction recovery project for the grassroots in the Philippines, was actually funded by JICA and the Asia Pacific Addiction Research Institute, and was implemented as a response on the need to provide cost-effective treatment services for persons who use drugs that cannot afford the prohibitive cost of private and government treatment facilities. So the Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous recovery meetings were conducted weekly among 10 persons who use drugs as volunteers to the program, and it was facilitated by the Family Wellness Center managed by Mr. Richie Cristobal. From the outcome assessment that was conducted, there was a 4/10 success rates, meaning out of the 10, 4 really quit drugs after the pilot test. And the findings showed that the AANA approach will work only among the low-income group if it is matched with other livelihood activities. This next project, entitled Drug Use and Behavioral Health Among Young Populations in Metro Manila and neighboring provinces, a baseline intervention study, is collaborative research that was funded by the Emerging Interdisciplinary Program of the University of the Philippines. This baseline intervention study aimed to gather best practices in treatment and rehabilitation from private and government treatment and outpatient facilities to be used in the design and development of community-based drug treatment and recovery program among persons who use drugs. From this data and additional data from community volunteers, an evidence-informed community-based treatment program called 6Ps was designed and developed for pilot testing to 56 persons who use drugs from 4 barangays. The outcome assessment yielded promising results on self-efficacy and drug resiliency among the participants. Those that turned positive at pre-test turned negative at post-test. However, some that were negative at pre-test, particularly those that used shabu, turned positive at post-test. The reason being that they failed to attend regularly the sessions because of personal concerns. Findings of this study showed that those that attended and completed at least 3 modules and sessions were more likely to have higher self-efficacy than those that attended only 1 or 2 modules. However, the study is not conclusive, so further tests should be done to strengthen the findings. With the good results, the city government, where the intervention study was conducted, passed a resolution adopting the program for all barangays. However, because of the COVID pandemic, the implementation of the program was deferred. So these are just some of the pictures that documented the series of activities. You can see here that there's also even an activity where a grooming session was done. And we also work with an NGO, INAM, that introduced ear acupuncture as a possible treatment for substance use. The next one, assessing the drug use and behavioral health of adolescent substance drug users in the Philippines, moving toward a culturally appropriate and age-specific treatment response, was a study that emanated from the comprehensive evaluation of accredited DOST-TRCs done in 2016 to 2017. From the data gathered, only 1 out of 10 TRCs provided treatment program for adolescent drug users. Similarly, only 2 out of the 10 TRCs had treatment programs for women. Findings of the study showed that there are no specialized treatment services for adolescent clients, and they underwent the same treatment interventions with adult men and women, except for the alternative learning systems. From the study, the administrator himself argued that adolescents are in that stage of their life course where they experiment a lot and where they are in their most adventurous and challenging period in their lives. The study recommends that an age-appropriate specialized treatment approach be designed for them. And finally, this project responded to the need by the treatment and rehab centers to have a more programmatic and responsive aftercare program. The research project gathered culturally appropriate and cost-effective strategies being employed by treatment providers from 8 government-run TRCs and used them in developing a culturally appropriate and cost-effective aftercare program. Labeled synergistic interventions based on life skills enhancement or CBOL, the manualized aftercare program has 2 versions, original version and telehealth versions. This was because when the original version is about to be pilot tested, the COVID-19 pandemic emerged. Thus, a telehealth version was produced. Guided by the assumption that clients, participants provided with responsive aftercare that is culturally appropriate and cost-effective will engage in fewer risky drug use and lifestyle behaviors as measured by the primary outcome measures of the number of relapse cases during the first 90 days, 3 months, prior to the 6-month and 9-month follow-up assessments. CBOL was pilot tested for cultural appropriateness, cost-effectiveness, and treatment effectiveness following the 3-stage psychotherapy research, pilot testing, efficacy trial, and replication trial. But at this stage, we are only doing the pilot testing, and we have just completed the 3rd month endpoint. The intended treatment outcomes of CBOL aftercare intervention were as follows. At the end of the aftercare treatment program, the clients are expected to avoid, resist, or prevent the use of drugs and substances, improve significantly their spiritual, physical, mental, and behavioral health, improve their social relations with their family, friends, and significant others, improve significantly their self-efficacy, productivity, and livelihood skills, improve their community relations and their integration, and for the treatment providers to have effectively used culturally appropriate, socially acceptable, cost-effective, and efficacious intervention strategies and approaches toward recovery. From the outcome assessment of the 3rd month endpoint, the aftercare program was found to be high in cultural appropriateness, cost-effectiveness, and treatment effectiveness, and it is being recommended for adoption by all the participating TRCs with a caveat that further testing and refinement should be undertaken. The project is an example of collaborative effort by the TRC clients and their families treatment providers, DOH, PCHRD, researchers to develop a truly Tatak Pinoy aftercare program for recovering drug dependent. So in summary, I have shared existing evidence on prevention, treatment, and care for people affected by drug use and drug use disorder that employs rights-based approaches, namely policy advocacy research on the bawal na gamot study, prevention research on amphetamine-type substances, where it was used as a scientific basis in the creation of Barkada contra Droga, the treatment research for the 6Ps and the AANA treatment approach, the aftercare research, the CIBOL aftercare program, and rights-based research on adolescents and the use of children in drugs. Now, what has been the contribution to the discourse on substance abuse of the socio-anthropological perspective? Well, from what was shared, it can be inferred that the socio-anthropological disciplines provides holistic transdisciplinary perspective of the phenomenon. It encourages collaborative research, whether transnational or interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary. And it also supports the use of mixed methods research. We have seen the participatory action research as one of the highlighted mixed methods, also combining epidemiology and ethnography. The socio-anthropological field also advocates evidence-based and policy-driven research. Likewise, culture-sensitive, cost-effective, humanistic, and rights-based approaches. Likewise, culture-sensitive, cost-effective, humanistic, and rights-based approach in dealing with the substance use problem, and supports the development and design of Filipino Tatak Pinoy models of promotion, prevention, treatment, and recovery on substance use. So what are evidence-based policy recommendations from what has been shared? In line with actionable points from the governance point of view, the following are in need of support and strengthening. The shift to community-based and community-directed approach in promotion, prevention, treatment, recovery, and control. And of course, under this, the need to expand the preventive education and information program, the national flagship program, Barkada contra Droga, the strengthening of community-based drug rehabilitation policies and programs as they reduce substance dependence and enhance coping behavior and family support, the strict integration and continuation of social support systems on the recovery of recovering drug dependence, the design and development of evidence-based, standardized, policy-driven, culturally appropriate, cost-effective treatment and rights-based CBDRs, just like the KKDK, 6Ps, CIBOL, and other manualized program developed by other groups and agencies that needs to be shared. And finally, sustainable funding support to anti-drug abuse councils, the Barkada contra Droga, and community-based drug rehabilitation programs, among others. Also recommended is the improvement of the residential outpatient treatment services, a development of a specialized treatment program for different substance dependency groups based on age or gender, the development of also programmatic capacity enhancement or professional development program for treatment and service providers, and more government funds for TRC personnel, facilities, and programs and services. Likewise, there's a need to shift from retributive justice to restorative justice policy framework, such as the delisting and destigmatization of persons who use drugs, and the strengthening of public health, behavioral health, harm reduction, social development programs informed by rights-based policy framework. There is also a need to strike a balance in terms of funding and implementation of demand reduction and supply reduction programs. More opportunities for capacity enhancement in substance use research and interventions should be provided, like the training program for service providers in all areas, promotion, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, recovery, among others. And also the need to develop short-term courses, graduate degree programs, and research fellowships. And finally, more programmatic, sustainable funding for substance use research. And to end my presentation, I'd like to quote this: "Science is not the truth. Science is finding the truth. When science changes its opinions or findings, it doesn't lie to you. It learned more." Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez and Dean Estacio. Our open forum will now be moderated by academician Charlotte M. Chong.
Well, thank you, first of all, to the two distinguished speakers for this forum on the science of substance abuse. I think there are a few questions only in the chat box, and if you have questions, please type them in the Q&A so that we can ask them. I think I'd like to be able to start the ball rolling by asking Dr. Gale, who talked about the biologic basis of substance abuse. Have you been able to determine the genetic factors that might be responsible for some of these substance abuse or substance use disorders or conditions? Dr. Gale? Wala na po siya.
Good morning. Good morning po. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Gale.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Homer. I'm a psychologist, and for the biological perspective, as of now, I'm not really sure about that. But of course, when we talk about these drug problems, there's always the possibility of the genetic component. So perhaps our co-panelists can answer that, who are in the medical profession. But that's always a possibility under the biological perspective.
Would you want to say something, Dr. Estacio?
Well, of course, there's always a biological basis of human behavior, citing the evolutionary framework, and informed by genes. No? Just for example, if the genes are the building blocks of our biological traits, memes are also the building blocks for cultural traits. So, magkahugpong po yan eh. So, but then, of course, advancement in the knowledge of substance use using mostly neuroscience, no? So they're trying to reduce it as a brain disease problem, and so they're tracking the neurotransmitters as the culprit, no? And well, that's of course a feasible one, but of course there are epigenetic causes also. That's why in anthropology there's this new field, we call it neuroanthropology, where we say that there is such a thing as encultured brain. So we are now in the process of merging perspectives. I think there's a need to synthesize. No? Let's not work in silo. Let's put together. That's why we are pushing for a transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, or multidisciplinary treatment of the substance use problem, so that all heads on deck, we can probably address the problem.
I think thank you for that framing that, Dr. Estacio, because we, of course, we come from the academe, and we would like to see whether from a perspective of science we may be able to find some heritability of some of these substance abuse and be able to see whether there's something that can be done about it. We, of course, the social anthropological view that you've shared with us is very important. And the fact that adolescents who are actually able to have the substance use initially become chronic users of these substances. And I feel that from my socio-cultural viewpoint, mahilig ang Pilipino makisama. Sa atin, ang kapatiran at pagsasama ay napaka-importante. At siguro ay kung titingnan ko yung mga ibang nakilala ko na may substance use po, na malapit sa akin, pag nakakausap ko sila ay ang sinasabi nila, bata pa sila, teenager pa lang sila, nila nalaman na ito palang substance use ay maganda at ito ay nagbibigay sa kanilang saya kahit na pansamantala lamang. So, based on your studies, kung ganun po ang origin nito, palagay niyo po ba ay ano yung pinakamagandang intervention na pwede natin gawin as a community of scholars para matulungan natin itong problema ng substance use?
Yeah, I think that's
you both can talk. Yes,
okay. I think that's also the rationale for our cluster, that we have to approach this problem using various disciplines. As a psychologist, when I started practice about drug rehabilitation, I noticed different realities. For example, yung mga sinasabi ni Dr. June, social aspects, cultural aspects, yung barkadahan. One big factor yung barkadahan, no? So, na-rehab siya, pagbalik sa community, nandun pa rin yung peers. Paano na ngayon, no? So, it's really a total approach that we really have to recognize these various approaches to really be effective, and of course we check the effectiveness of our interventions. Kaya we have to continue the dialogue sa research, policy, and also sa intervention level, evaluation level. Dr. Jun?
Yeah, well, if we go by evidence-based data, diba? Sometimes tinatanong kasi natin what are the risk factors or what lead you to use drugs? Ano yung unang naging dahilan? Bakit ka nag-droga? Tumalabas, barkada, problema sa pamilya, curious ako, nabore ako. So you look at that na, you know, di ba makikita natin na the drug problem is not just a problem of the drug itself. It's a problem of social relations. So it is socially induced and meaning driven. Di ba? So therefore, kung titingnan nyo, barkada yung nag-induce, so socially induced. So therefore, anong mahalaga dyan? But we now know that the drug problem is controllable. Diba? You can resist, you can evade. Diba? Yung sa support system na sinasabi kanina ni Richie, pwede kang umalis, pumunta ka sa ibang environment. Yung isang ano doon. So let's not take away that thing. And then of course, I think it's high time for us, meron tayong tinatawag kasi na case management when we look, kasi iba-iba yung pinanggagalingan ng problema niya. Diba? Kung barkada yung nag-influence, di dapat, there should be a rooting of the problem. Just like the way medical doctors diagnose the condition, health condition, di ba? You should locate the problem. Kung barkada yung di barkada. Pero minsan pamilya eh. So you cannot encourage, the family therapy, the family to be the first line of defense. Diba? Kasi yun pala yung dahilan. So we need to define, root the cause. Kaya dapat din yung mga engaged in psychotherapy or behavioral therapy, dapat alamin ano yung nagtulak sa'yo sa unang bugso sa paggamit, and work it from there. Hindi pwedeng generalizing, totalizing yung ating intervention eh. That's why we encourage individualized treatment plan, just like the way also medical doctors do it, di ba? Kailangan may pag kumonsulta ka at na-diagnose, dapat yung treatment magkakaiba. Ang problema, we try to do a totalizing solution to the problem. That's one. But of course, we also recognize that it's a social problem. So and sometimes because of improper socialization nga, maling barkada improper socialization, and then meaning driven. I did some work on looking at the decoding the language of drugs. Bawal na gamot. Gamot siya pero bawal. Ano yun? May dual properties. So therefore, and then when I did my ethnography, I found out na meron dalawang klase ng user. There is this what we call wise user and unwise user. Pero yung ginagamit yung gamot, there are the gamot seekers and bawal seekers. And we are not using those data in terms of doing our work. No? So that is important. We are not. It's high time that we really use science, no, to influence policy and programs. But then, I hope that our policymakers will consider now what we are trying to do. We are reaching out to them, to also, as Fauci said, why follow the science, no matter what, even if it hurts.
We have a staggering problem on drug use, substance abuse, as was mentioned by Mr. Olivier Lemay. The incidence of substance use, especially with amphetamine, is very high. We're talking about more than 1 million, 1.7 million Filipinos using these drugs. That's really a phenomenal problem. But again, in the communities, we also know that the implementation of how drug prevention can be done is they're using police force, no? They're trying to arrest them, and some of them get incarcerated. And incarceration is really a very problematic because our prisons are really crowded, and sometimes it becomes even more problematic for our drug users. So it's a big problem, and it's like, ano ba talaga yung tamang approach? I've also heard of policemen who are given quotas. Kailangan makapag-arrest po sila ng ganito kadami. So hindi ko alam whether there's a scientific basis for this system of preventing supposedly drug abuse or containing the drug abuse problem in the Philippines. So tama po kayo. We believe that it's a whole of government approach, whole of nation approach, whole of society approach that we probably need in order to lick this problem of drug use or substance abuse. Ang tinitingnan ko na lang po ay yung mga tama si Mr. Cristobal, sinabi ka na we have to listen to them. So we feel that we probably really have to do a lot of researches to find out what is actually and try to categorize the different drug users and different age groups and different groups, basically, because sabi nga ninyo, there are several dimensions that we look at, not only the scientific basis, maybe the scientific basis in terms of genetics, in terms of wanting to have risky behavior, in terms of having this cognitive for a thrill, in terms of being able to look at the positive enhancers and the negative enhancers that are really basically wired in a person's body, no? So palagay ko nga po, we need more research that should be able to do this. And how do you think government should do this? Kayo po as a researcher, Dr. Stasio or Dr. Yabot, nabibigyan ba kayo ng tamang suporta? What else do you think you need?
Well, sa aking pagtingin din siyang academician siyang ay saan ba mas manageable yung problema? State level or community level? Saan mo ba mas makokontrol, mamamanage yung problema, masusupervise yung problema? State level or community level? Yun lang di ba? If we direct all our efforts at the community level, strengthen the anti-drug abuse councils and all, let's do community organizing, family organizing, back to our culture, bayanihan, damayan.
Tama.
Yun ang tingin kong tamang solusyon eh. That's why I was saying that baka kailangan na ganun ang gawin natin. Mag-shift tayo talaga ng paradigm or focus. Let's go back to the community kasi nandoon naman yung problema. That's why I presented the dynamics of drug taking and drug trading at the community level. Matindi doon eh.
Yeah.
Makikita mo doon yung dynamics and it can reflect on what's happening at the macro level. That's why nga doon sa anthropology, sinasabi nga natin, di ba? Connecting the dots. So I think we need to really work on that and then encourage our lawmakers policy na really invest. Kung gusto natin malutas yung problema, wala sa residential treatment, wala doon sa nasa community. And then how we develop, we develop.
Yeah, may be recognized. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ano ba yun? Yeah, what's that? Yes,
just to interject, nabanggit na rin ni Dr. Estacio. Yeah, that's the reason why the ILG, together with DOH and DDB, proposed a bill on the Anti-Drug Abuse Council bill, hopefully to become a law soon, focusing really on what Dr. Estacio is mentioning on strengthening the community, on auditing the community and helping the community at the same time on the ground level to help our PWODs, to be rehabilitated on the ground level, specifically tapping the family, family contribution and the community as well. That's why strengthening of the local government is very important in this fight against illegal drugs. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may add, recently the Katatagan kontra Droga was officially adopted by the DDB to the efforts of Dr. Gina and Renew Health colleagues. So it's now officially recognized as an aftercare and reintegration model. And the name of the KKDK now is Katatagan, Kalusugan at Damayan ng Komunidad Program. So it's really a multidisciplinary approach to yung KKDK, which integrated yung Filipino culture, sociological factors, but of course we focus on life skills like pagtatanggi kapag merong nagalok ng droga, and also family factors like yung sa latter modules we focus on family support, and then of course yung aftercare. Dapat mahalaga din yung aftercare. Thank you.
Just to add also to what Doctor has mentioned, it's not only KKDK that we plan to recognize and make it official. We also have the coalition, Anti-Drug Abuse Coalition building amongst community, including one of the model also, the Yakap Bayan model of both DSWD and DOH. We're hoping that we could come up with a resolution in the Dangerous Drugs Board and eventually come up with a DILG memorandum circular, recognizing all these different kinds of community-based and reintegration format to be used by different local governments. This is one way of telling that there's so many models that you can use. Correct. And hopefully that could be effective for your community.
I agree with Yusek Echeverry.
Thank you, Yusek, for those comments, and I think it really enriched our discussion on regarding not only the science of substance abuse, but actually the intervention of how we should be able to prevent drug abuse. I think there are several comments inside the chat box. It seems to me that culturally we should be able to do this, and the family is the start. So strengthening family ties from the very beginning, from childhood, is something very important. So pagtitibayin ang kulturang Pilipino, mapagmahal sa mga anak, mapagmahal sa mga magulang. Ang magiging haligi po ng ating lipunan ay talagang nag-uumpisa sa ating mga pamilya, at ito po ay nasabi na po ni Dr. Estacio. At ang ating gobyerno, sabi nga po ni Yusek Echeverry, ay pinagtitibay na rin po ang mga programa upang ang problema ng substance use ay masolusyonan. So, marami pa ho tayong pwedeng pag-usapan, ngunit alas 12 na po at siguro ay panahon na para tayo ay magpahinga at kumain at mag-relax ng konti bago tayo ulit mag-resume at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So, I'm very happy to have been able to moderate this session, and I'd like to be able to invite everyone to stay tuned and please come back at 1 p.m. And I think back to you, Ms. Joanne. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you to our distinguished speakers and academician Chong. To show our appreciation, we would like to present the following certificate of appreciation to Dr. Gail Gomez. And we also want to present the same certificate of appreciation to Dean Estacio.
Salamat po.
Again, thank you, Dr. Gomez and Dr. Estacio, for our fourth session. May we now ask our speakers to turn on their video for a photo session. The Secretariat will give the cue.
Can we have the speakers from the first session, whoever are still here?
I cannot open my video. I think the host.
Can you please assist the other speakers, IMS?
Yeah, there. Thank you.
I can also not open my video. So hindi lang ko kayo, pati ako.
Can see you, ma'am.
Yeah. So can we have all the moderators and the speakers and of course our session? Okay. Can we have a photograph? Okay. Look at the camera.
Ready? Please stay for 5 to 10 seconds smile. Para may mga angles. 1, 2, 3. One more po. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po.
Maraming salamat po and see you.
Thank you.
Maraming
salamat. We would like to invite everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We would like to invite everyone to visit the NAST and ACDP social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and use the official hashtags #SubstanceUsePolicyPH, #Philippines, and #ACDPilipinas. We will resume after our lunch break and return for the fifth and final session of this forum and the conference synthesis. Thank you very much, everyone. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Since 1976, the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines has been the symbol of the nation's commitment to science. The NAST Philippines is mandated to recognize outstanding achievements in science and technology, as well as provide meaningful incentives to those engaged in scientific and technological researches. The Academy also advises the President and the Cabinet on matters related to science and technology. NAST Philippines engages in projects and programs designed to recognize outstanding achievements in science and promote scientific productivity. The Academy also embarks on programs traditionally expected of an Academy of Science. NAST Philippines has 4 functions. The recognition function. The Academy recognizes and provides incentives to Filipino scientists for outstanding achievements in scientific research and development. NAST Philippines recommends individuals to be conferred the Order of National Scientist, the highest honor given by the President of the Republic of the Philippines to a Filipino man or woman of science in the country who has made significant contributions in one of the different fields of science and technology. NAST membership. Membership to the Academy is by peer recognition and carries with it the title of academician. Elected as academicians are resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to science and technology and have advanced its cause in the Philippines. Corresponding membership is conferred on non-resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to the advancement of science and technology in the country. The Academy continues its primary mandate of giving awards to Filipino scientists and scientific and technological endeavors aimed at advancing the state of Philippine science and technology with the following awards. NAST Awards. Outstanding Young Scientist. Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards. Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards. NAST Award for Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine. NAST Environmental Science Award. NAST Talent Search for Young Scientists. Dr. Emiliano T. De Ocampo Visionary Awards for Medical Research. DOST Awards or NSTW Awards. Outstanding Research and Development Award or the Eduardo A. Quisumbing Medal for Basic Research and Julian A. Banzon Medal for Applied Research. Outstanding Technology Commercialization Award for the Gregorio Y. Zara Medal. Outstanding Science Administrator Award for the Dioscoro L. Umali Medal. Magsaysay Future Engineers or Technologist Award. DOST International Publication Award. DOST Granted Patent Utility Model Award. Activities under Recognition Function. NAST Lecture Series. The activity aims to promote science and technology and bring our scientists closer to the grassroots. NAST Symposium for the Youth. The activity aims to promote science and technology and to bring our scientists closer to the youth. Research Upgrading and Performance Evaluation, a series of capability-building workshops that aims to help researchers to conduct research projects and produce R&D outputs. The second function is the advisory function. Through its advisory activities, NAST has been able to bring science and technology closer to the lives of the Filipino people. Activities such as legislative and information fora, roundtable discussions, conferences, with topics about biotechnology, genetic engineering, research performance evaluation, manufacturing, intellectual property rights, information and communications technology, among others. The main activity of the advisory function is the annual scientific meeting. The function also conducts annual regional scientific meetings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Speakers Bureau is a program under the advisory and advocacy functions of NAST Philippines. This activity aims to gather and bring experts in various fields to lend their expertise to academic institutions or any interested organizations who are in need of speakers and resource persons on any science-related issues. Scientific Linkages Function. NAST's commitment to international and national linkages are aimed at promoting collaborative efforts among Filipino scientists and between Filipino and foreign scientists, promoting and encouraging scientific cooperation through Scientist Exchange Visit Program under the Memorandum of Agreement between NAST and the Foreign Science Academy. The Academy has maintained linkages with 29 science academies and institutions all over the world. The fourth function is the maintenance of the Philippine Science Heritage Center. Philippine Science Heritage Center was created under Republic Act 9107 to be the country's main repository of the contributions, achievements, and accomplishments of Filipino scientists in the field of science and technology. The activities under the Philippine Science Heritage Center are Salin Lahi Symposium, a series of symposia tackling one S&T related matter to bring science closer to the public and to areas not usually reached by scientific conferences and seminars targeting elementary and high school students and teachers. Meet Your Scientist, a monthly seminar that aims to promote the achievements and contributions of Filipino scientists and increase awareness and appreciation of students on science-related degrees and inspire them to pursue careers in these fields. The NAST Philippines is also in charge of the Scientific Career System. The Scientific Career System is a system of recruitment, career progression, recognition, reward, and attraction of scientists in the public service. NAST Philippines envisions itself as an academy of recognized experts that serves as principal advisor to the nation in science, technology, and innovation, contributing to national development. Together, let's work hand in hand towards a progressive Philippines anchored in science.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salin Lahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salin Lahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salin Lahi.
Be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.
National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Since 1976, the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines has been the symbol of the nation's commitment to science. The NAST Philippines is mandated to recognize outstanding achievements in science and technology, as well as provide meaningful incentives to those engaged in scientific and technological researches. The Academy also advises the President and the Cabinet on matters related to science and technology. NAST Philippines engages in projects and programs designed to recognize outstanding achievements in science and promote scientific productivity. The Academy also embarks on programs traditionally expected of an Academy of Science. NAST Philippines has 4 functions. The recognition function. The Academy recognizes and provides incentives to Filipino scientists for outstanding achievements in scientific research and development. NAST Philippines recommends individuals to be conferred the Order of National Scientist, the highest honor given by the President of the Republic of the Philippines to a Filipino man or woman of science in the country who has made significant contributions in one of the different fields of science and technology. NAST membership. Membership to the Academy is by peer recognition and carries with it the title of academician. Elected as academicians are resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to science and technology and have advanced its cause in the Philippines. Corresponding membership is conferred on non-resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to the advancement of science and technology in the country. The Academy continues its primary mandate of giving awards to Filipino scientists and scientific and technological endeavors aimed at advancing the state of Philippine science and technology with the following awards. NAST Awards. Outstanding Young Scientist. Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards. Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards. NAST Award for Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine. NAST Environmental Science Award. NAST Talent Search for Young Scientists. Dr. Emiliano T. de Ocampo Visionary Awards for Medical Research. DOST Awards or NSTW Awards. Outstanding Research and Development Award or the Eduardo A. Casimbing Medal for Basic Research and Julian A. Banzon Medal for Applied Research. Outstanding Technology Commercialization Award or the Gregorio Y. Zara Medal. Outstanding Science Administrator Award or the Dioscoro L. Umali Medal. Magsaysay Future Engineers or Technologist Award. DOST International Publication Award. DOST Granted Patent Utility Model Award. Activities under Recognition Function. NAST Lecture Series. The activity aims to promote science and technology and bring our scientists closer to the grassroots. NAST Symposium for the Youth. The activity aims to promote science and technology and to bring our scientists closer to the youth. Research Upgrading and Performance Evaluation, a series of capability building workshops that aims to help researchers to conduct research projects and produce R&D outputs. The second function is the advisory function. Through its advisory activities, NAST has been able to bring science and technology closer to the lives of the Filipino people. Activities such as legislative and information fora, roundtable discussions, conferences, with topics about biotechnology, genetic engineering, research performance evaluation, manufacturing, intellectual property rights, information and communications technology, among others. The main activity of the advisory function is the annual scientific meeting. The function also conducts annual regional scientific meetings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Speakers Bureau is a program under the advisory and advocacy functions of NAST Philippines. This activity aims to gather and bring experts in various fields to lend their expertise to academic institutions or any interested organizations who are in need of speakers and resource persons on any science-related issues. Scientific scientific linkages function. NAST's commitment to international and national linkages are aimed at promoting collaborative efforts among Filipino scientists and between Filipino and foreign scientists, promoting and encouraging scientific cooperation through Scientist Exchange Visit Program under the Memorandum of Agreement between NAST and the Foreign Science Academy. The Academy has maintained linkages with 29 science academies and institutions all over the world. The fourth function is the maintenance of the Philippine Science Heritage Center. Philippine Science Heritage Center was created under Republic Act 9107 to be the country's main repository of the contributions, achievements, and accomplishments of Filipino scientists in the field of science and technology. The activities under the Philippine Science Heritage Center are Salin-Lahi Symposium, a series of symposia tackling one S&T related matter to bring science closer to the public and to areas not usually reached by scientific conferences and seminars targeting elementary and high school students and teachers. Meet Your Scientist, a monthly seminar that aims to promote the achievements and contributions of Filipino scientists and increase awareness and appreciation of students on science-related degrees and inspire them to pursue careers in these fields. The NAST Philippines is also in charge of the Scientific Career System. The Scientific Career System is a system of recruitment, career progression, recognition, reward, and attraction of scientists in the public service. NAST Philippines envisions itself as an academy of recognized experts that serves as principal advisor to the nation in science, technology, and innovation, contributing to national development. Together, let's work hand in hand towards a progressive Philippines anchored in science.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salin-Lahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salin-Lahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salin-Lahi.
would be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.
The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Since 1976, the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines has been the symbol of the nation's commitment to science. The NAST Philippines is mandated to recognize outstanding achievements in science and technology, as well as provide meaningful incentives to those engaged in scientific and technological researches. The Academy also advises the President and the Cabinet on matters related to science and technology. NAST Philippines engages in projects and programs designed to recognize outstanding achievements in science and promote scientific productivity. The Academy also embarks on programs traditionally expected of an Academy of Science. NAST Philippines has 4 functions. The recognition function. The Academy recognizes and provides incentives to Filipino scientists for outstanding achievements in scientific research and development. NAST Philippines recommends individuals to be conferred the Order of National Scientist, the highest honor given by the President of the Republic of the Philippines to a Filipino man or woman of science in the country who has made significant contributions in one of the different fields of science and technology. NAST membership. Membership to the Academy is by peer recognition and carries with it the title of academician. Elected as academicians are resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to science and technology and have advanced its cause in the Philippines. Corresponding membership is conferred on non-resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to the advancement of science and technology in the country. The Academy continues its primary mandate of giving awards to Filipino scientists and scientific and technological endeavors aimed at advancing the state of Philippine science and technology with the following awards. NAST Awards. Outstanding Young Scientist, Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards, Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards, NAST Award for Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine, NAST Environmental Science Award, NAST Talent Search for Young Scientists, Dr. Emiliano T. De Ocampo Visionary Awards for Medical Research, DOST Awards or NSTW Awards, Outstanding Research and Development Award or the Eduardo A. Casumbing Medal for Basic Research and Julian A. Banzon Medal for Applied Research, Outstanding Technology Commercialization Award or the Gregorio Y. Zara Medal, Outstanding Science Administrator Award or the Dioscoro L. Umali Medal, Magsaysay Future Engineers or Technologist Award, DOST International Publication Award, DOST Granted Patent Utility Model Award. Activities under Recognition Function. NAST Lecture Series. The activity aims to promote science and technology and bring our scientists closer to the grassroots. NAST Symposium for the Youth. The activity aims to promote science and technology and to bring our scientists closer to the youth. Research Upgrading and Performance Evaluation. A series of capability building workshops that aims to help researchers to conduct research projects and produce R&D outputs. The second function is the advisory function. Through its advisory activities, NAST has been able to bring science and technology closer to the lives of the Filipino people. Activities such as legislative and information fora, roundtable discussions, conferences, with topics about biotechnology, genetic engineering, research performance evaluation, manufacturing, intellectual property rights, information and communications technology, among others. The main activity of the advisory function is the annual scientific meeting. The function also conducts annual regional scientific meetings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Speakers Bureau is a program under the advisory and advocacy functions of NAST Philippines. This activity aims to gather and bring experts in various fields to lend their expertise to academic institutions or any interested organizations who are in need of speakers and resource persons on any science-related issues. Scientific Linkages Function. NAST's commitment to international and national linkages are aimed at promoting collaborative efforts among Filipino scientists and between Filipino and foreign scientists, promoting and encouraging scientific cooperation through Scientist Exchange Visit Program under the Memorandum of Agreement between NAST and the Foreign Science Academy. The Academy has maintained linkages with 29 science academies and institutions all over the world. The fourth function is the maintenance of the Philippine Science Heritage Center. Philippine Science Heritage Center was created under Republic Act 9107 to be the country's main repository of the contributions, achievements, and accomplishments of Filipino scientists in the field of science and technology. The activities under the Philippine Science Heritage Center are Salin Lahi Symposium, a series of symposia tackling one S&T related matter to bring science closer to the public and to areas not usually reached by scientific conferences and seminars targeting elementary and high school students and teachers. Meet Your Scientist, a monthly seminar that aims to promote the achievements and contributions of Filipino scientists and increase awareness and appreciation of students on science-related degrees and inspire them to pursue careers in these fields. The NAST Philippines is also in charge of the Scientific Career System. The Scientific Career System is a system of recruitment, career progression, recognition, reward, and attraction of scientists in the public service. NAST Philippines envisions itself as an academy of recognized experts that serves as principal advisor to the nation in science, technology, and innovation, contributing to national development. Together, let's work hand in hand towards a progressive Philippines anchored in science.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salin Lahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salin Lahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salin Lahi.
Be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.
National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Since 1976, the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines has been the symbol of the nation's commitment to science. The NAST Philippines is mandated to recognize outstanding achievements in science and technology, as well as provide meaningful incentives to those engaged in scientific and technological researches. The Academy also advises the President and the Cabinet on matters related to science and technology. NAST Philippines engages in projects and programs designed to recognize outstanding achievements in science and promote scientific productivity. The Academy also embarks on programs traditionally expected of an Academy of Science. NAST Philippines has 4 functions. The recognition function. The Academy recognizes and provides incentives to Filipino scientists for outstanding achievements in scientific research and development. NAST Philippines recommends individuals to be conferred the Order of National Scientist, the highest honor given by the President of the Republic of the Philippines to a Filipino man or woman of science in the country who has made significant contributions in one of the different fields of science and technology. NAST membership. Membership to the Academy is by peer recognition and carries with it the title of academician. Elected as academicians are resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to science and technology and have advanced its cause in the Philippines. Corresponding membership is conferred on non-resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to the advancement of science and technology in the country. The Academy continues its primary mandate of giving awards to Filipino scientists and scientific and technological endeavors aimed at advancing the state of Philippine science and technology with the following awards. NAST Awards. Outstanding Young Scientist. Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards. Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards. NAST Award for Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine. NAST Environmental Science Award. NAST Talent Search for Young Scientists. Dr. Emiliano T. De Ocampo Visionary Awards for Medical Research. DOST Awards or NSTW Awards. Outstanding Research and Development Award or the Eduardo A. Casumbing Medal for Basic Research and Julian A. Banzon Medal for Applied Research. Outstanding Technology Commercialization Award or the Gregorio Y. Zara Medal. Outstanding Science Administrator Award or the Dioscoro L. Umali Medal. Magsaysay Future Engineers or Technologist Award. DOST International Publication Award. DOST Granted Patent Utility Model Award. Activities under recognition function. NAST Lecture Series. The activity aims to promote science and technology and bring our scientists closer to the grassroots. NAST Symposium for the Youth. The activity aims to promote science and technology and to bring our scientists closer to the youth. Research Upgrading and Performance Evaluation, a series of capability building workshops that aims to help researchers to conduct research projects and produce R&D outputs. The second function is the advisory function. Through its advisory activities, NAST has been able to bring science and technology closer to the lives of the Filipino people. Activities such as legislative and information fora, roundtable discussions, conferences, with topics about biotechnology, genetic engineering, research performance evaluation, manufacturing, intellectual property rights, information and communications technology, among others. The main activity of the advisory function is the annual scientific meeting. The function also conducts annual regional scientific meetings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Speakers Bureau is a program under the advisory and advocacy functions of NAST Philippines. This activity aims to gather and bring experts in various fields to lend their expertise to academic institutions or any interested organizations who are in need of speakers and resource persons on any science-related issues. Scientific scientific linkages function. NAST's commitment to international and national linkages are aimed at promoting collaborative efforts among Filipino scientists and between Filipino and foreign scientists, promoting and encouraging scientific cooperation through Scientist Exchange Visit Program under the Memorandum of Agreement between NAST and the Foreign Science Academy. The Academy has maintained linkages with 29 science academies and institutions all over the world. The fourth function is the maintenance of the Philippine Science Heritage Center. Philippine Science Heritage Center was created under Republic Act 9107 to be the country's main repository of the contributions, achievements, and accomplishments of Filipino scientists in the field of science and technology. The activities under the Philippine Science Heritage Center are Salin Lahi Symposium, a series of symposia tackling one S&T related matter to bring science closer to the public and to areas not usually reached by scientific conferences and seminars targeting elementary and high school students and teachers. Meet Your Scientist, a monthly seminar that aims to promote the achievements and contributions of Filipino scientists and increase awareness and appreciation of students on science-related degrees and inspire them to pursue careers in these fields. The NAST Philippines is also in charge of the Scientific Career System. The Scientific Career System is a system of recruitment, career progression, recognition, reward, and attraction of scientists in the public service. NAST Philippines envisions itself as an academy of recognized experts that serves as principal advisor to the nation in science, technology, and innovation, contributing to national development. Together, let's work hand in hand towards a progressive Philippines anchored in science.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salin Lahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salin Lahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salin Lahi.
it would be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.
The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Since 1976, the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines has been the symbol of the nation's commitment to science. The NAST Philippines is mandated to recognize outstanding achievements in science and technology, as well as provide meaningful incentives to those engaged in scientific and technological researches. The Academy also advises the President and the Cabinet on matters related to science and technology. NAST Philippines engages in projects and programs designed to recognize outstanding achievements in science and promote scientific productivity. The Academy also embarks on programs traditionally expected of an Academy of Science. NAST Philippines has 4 functions. The recognition function. The Academy recognizes and provides incentives to Filipino scientists for outstanding achievements in scientific research and development. NAST Philippines recommends individuals to be conferred the Order of National Scientist, the highest honor given by the President of the Republic of the Philippines to a Filipino man or woman of science in the country who has made significant contributions in one of the different fields of science and technology. NAST membership. Membership to the Academy is by peer recognition and carries with it the title of academician. Elected as academicians are resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to science and technology and have advanced its cause in the Philippines. Corresponding membership is conferred on non-resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to the advancement of science and technology in the country. The Academy continues its primary mandate of giving awards to Filipino scientists and scientific and technological endeavors aimed at advancing the state of Philippine science and technology with the following awards. NAST Awards. Outstanding Young Scientist. Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards, Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards, NAST Award for Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine, NAST Environmental Science Award, NAST Talent Search for Young Scientists, Dr. Emiliano T. De Ocampo Visionary Awards for Medical Research, DOST Awards or NSTW Awards, Outstanding Research and Development Award or the Eduardo A. Casumbing Medal for Basic Research and Julian A. Banzon Medal for Applied Research, Outstanding Technology Commercialization Award or the Gregorio Y. Zara Medal, Outstanding Science Administrator Award or the Dioscoro L. Umali Medal, Magsaysay Future Engineers or Technologist Award, DOST International Publication Award, DOST Granted Patent Utility Model Award. Activities under Recognition Function. NAST Lecture Series. The activity aims to promote science and technology and bring our scientists closer to the grassroots. NAST Symposium for the Youth. The activity aims to promote science and technology and to bring our scientists closer to the youth. Research Upgrading and Performance Evaluation. A series of capability building workshops that aims to help researchers to conduct research projects and produce R&D outputs. The second function is the advisory function. Through its advisory activities, NAST has been able to bring science and technology closer to the lives of the Filipino people. Activities such as legislative and information fora, roundtable discussions, conferences, with topics about biotechnology, genetic engineering, research performance evaluation, manufacturing, intellectual property rights, information and communications technology, among others. The main activity of the advisory function is the annual scientific meeting. The function also conducts annual regional scientific meetings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Speakers Bureau is a program under the advisory and advocacy functions of NAST Philippines. This activity aims to gather and bring experts in various fields to lend their expertise to academic institutions or any interested organizations who are in need of speakers and resource persons on any science-related issues.
Reminded of our house rules. Proper decorum is expected among all participants. Any act of disrespect and rudeness shall not be tolerated throughout the duration of the webinar. Kindly key in your questions for the panelists in the Q&A. These will be answered during the open forum.
Okay, shall we start? Maybe we can wait 1 more minute before we start. Good afternoon. For those who are already here, we'll wait for the rest to come in. All right. For those who are already here, good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon po. Welcome back. I hope you had a nutritious and satisfying lunch. While waiting for the others to come back in, can we do a poll? Can you please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if you've had a nutritious and satisfying lunch and a restful 1 hour. Okay, tatatlo. All right. For those who are coming in, can you give me a thumbs up on the chat box if you've had a nutritious and satisfying lunch and a restful 1 hour from 12 to 1? Okay, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. All right. While the thumbs up are coming in, let me give you a recap of this morning lang. This morning, we tackled the research gaps and policy recommendations for 3 major topics: identifying key issues, public health dimensions, and support systems. We are now in the afternoon session of the National Substance Use Science Policy and Information Forum with the theme Substance Use in the Philippines, Governance, Research, and Practice. Our forum aims to discuss existing evidence in the Philippines on health-centered strategies and interventions on the prevention, treatment, and care for people affected by drug use and drug use disorders, as well as to present a research agenda and evidence-based policy recommendations. For this 5th session of the virtual forum, we will have a discussion on public health policy and interventions. We all know that policy and practice should go hand in hand when addressing substance use. Policies inform what can be practiced, while good practices can inform policy. The session will look at the health science perspective and the governance policy perspective. Right. And thank you for all your thumbs up. Looks like you've had a good 1 hour's rest. Okay, for this session, we will be having 2 speakers. Let me introduce our first speaker, Dr. Jose Bienvenido M. Leabres. He's the current program manager of the Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program of the Department of Health. Prior to joining the DOST-DAP, Dr. Leabres was the chief of the medical service section of the DOH Treatment and Rehabilitation Center in Bicutan and Tagaytay City. He has an extensive education and training in the field of drug treatment and diagnosis. In 2015, he completed the advanced course in therapeutic community programs in Bangkok, Thailand. He also completed the postgraduate training in addiction science at the UP PGH. Dr. Leabres continues to take training and refresher courses on the diagnosis and management of drug dependence with DOH. He's a DDB accredited physician and a founding fellow of the Philippine College of Addiction Medicine, or the PCAM. Dr. Leabres, welcome. The screen is now yours.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Joanne. Am I coming in clear?
Yes, we can hear you very loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much. If I may share my slide. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm coming in very clear to you. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present the areas where the Department of Health, specifically the Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program, has been moving forward with regards to substance use disorders. Okay, so for today, I will be discussing our mandates. We will furthermore discuss about the different levels of care that we have presented and the developments, and of course, the future directions for the Department of Health with regards to substance use disorders. Okay. So, am I still coming in clear? Are my slides showing, Ma'am Joanne?
Yes, sir. Your slides are very clear and you are loud and clear.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just a situationer, the Dangerous Drugs Board conducted a household survey last 2019. This is the latest survey that the Philippines has. And there is an estimated 1.67 million Filipinos who are currently using drugs in the country. The information is that since 2016 all the way up to now, there has been 273,000 arrests involved with persons who were involved with illegal drugs. And likewise, in the different levels of care, 485,000 persons who use drugs have completed some form of a recovery program. Now, I would want you to focus these discussions on the 1.67 million persons who use drugs, because this is where the Department of Health is primarily focused on. Okay, so going back, in more detail, 1.67 million is actually 1,679,122 persons who currently use drugs. This is the burden of disease for the whole country. Now, that's a lot of people, but not all of them will need a rehabilitation center. There are different levels of care, and there are, of course, different severities. And depending on the severity, that we should provide the appropriate treatment of care. So extrapolating from all these numbers, we estimate that around 90 to 95% of cases are mild substance use disorders. This is roughly 1.5 to 1.6 million. Okay, so let's remember that, because this will have an effect on the type of service that we will provide. Out of the 1.67 million, another 4 to 5% is roughly with moderate substance use disorders. When you say moderate substance use disorders, these are the persons who are still functional but have been regularly using drugs. We extrapolated the figures from 1.67, which is roughly around 67,000 cases. And finally, only 1 to 2% of cases would have severe substance use disorders. Primarily, when you're saying a person has severe substance use disorders, this would be people who are already regularly using drugs, compulsively using drugs. They are dysfunctional already, unable to provide work, unable to go to school, have poor family relations. They may have mental or medical conditions related to substance use, among many others. But remember, out of the 1.67 million, only 1 to 2% would need to be brought into a drug rehabilitation facility. So based on all this, you know that there are different levels of care that can be provided, and for the benefit of the Department of Health, and of course for costing, among many others, also the provision of services in different areas, knowing the differences between the severities and the different levels of care would be very important. Okay, so the Department of Health is mandated by many things. There are two major laws to which the Department of Health Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program have to work on. Okay, the first law is the Republic Act 9165, which is also known as the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002, while the other one is one of the newer laws that we have is the Universal Healthcare or Republic Act 11223. Now let's go back to RA 9165, because this law is very pivotal in the treatment of substance use disorders. Before RA 9165, we have had a previous law, which is RA 6425. This RA 6425 came way back 1972. Imagine how long ago that was. And with that law, the treatment and rehabilitation was assigned to the National Bureau of Investigations and the Philippine National Police. However, as science progressed, our lawmakers and the scientific community recognized that substance use disorders is not necessarily a legal or a criminal issue. It is a health issue. So when they crafted Republic Act 9165 and signed into law in 2002, there was one very important section there, which is Section 2, and it has something to do with the policy. If I may quote it, it says, Republic Act 9165, Section 2, Paragraph 3, it states that it is declared the policy of the state to provide effective mechanisms or measures to reintegrate into society individuals who have fallen victims to drug abuse or dangerous drugs dependence through sustainable programs of treatment and rehabilitation. So what does it all mean? It means that it is a health issue, and the Philippines and the government must find a way to provide a sustainable program for treatment and rehabilitation. So that was a very big shift. Together with that law, it was also the rehabilitation centers that were run by the National Bureau of Investigation was now turned over to the Department of Health. Of course, with that law, there is the Dangerous Drugs Board, which also came from 6425. And the Department of Health is mandated to chair the Treatment, Rehabilitation, and Reintegration Committee of the Dangerous Drugs Board. By the way, the Dangerous Drugs Board is responsible for policy making and strategy making in terms of substance use problems. And with the law, there also comes a strategy, or the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy for the case of 9165. This was enacted by the Dangerous Drugs Board and signed into an Executive Order number 66, series of 2018 by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. With this, it balances two areas: drug supply reduction, and on the other side, drug demand reduction. It is here in the drug demand reduction where the Department of Health is mandated to provide the necessary strategy and the necessary services with regards to a balanced approach to the anti-illegal drug program of the national government. We all know that very well known are the supply reduction side, but what very little is known about what is going on in the drug demand reduction side. I hope that what I will be telling you will give you an idea that we have made so much progress in the drug demand reduction side. Now, aside from the strategy, there's also implementation, to which there is something called the Interagency Committee on Anti-Illegal Drugs, also known as the ICAD. The ICAD is composed of several clusters, to which one important cluster is the Rehab and Reintegration Cluster, which is chaired by the Department of Health. All right. Now, going to the other side, another law, we go back to the Universal Healthcare, or RA 11223, which provides healthcare for all, pangkalusugan, pangkalahatan. This comes with a strategy which is Formula 1 Plus for health, to which there are some strategic thrusts, which is health financing, health service delivery, health regulation, health governance, and performance accountability. This applies not just to dangerous drugs, but to all programs of the Department of Health. So it has to have all those thrusts, it has to have all those components, and our program with the dangerous drugs must have all of that. And we in the Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program really work hard for this. Now, all these laws, strategies, and implementation funnels down to the Department of Health, Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program, or what we call as DDAP, and the Department of Health Rehabilitation Centers and Rehabilitation Facilities. Now, moving on, the DDAP now has to work with the UHC and RA 9165, and we are mandated to provide a healthcare provider network, which is a network of services ranging from services in the local government, in the barangays, primary services, all the way to specialized services. And of course, we are also mandated to incorporate into the Philippine Health Facilities Development Plan of the Department of Health. All this so that we can address the universal health care needs for the country. So how do we go about it? This is something that was developed here locally, and I think this is one uniqueness of our program here in the Philippines. It's called a client flow for wellness and recovery from substance-related disorders. This is like a roadmap or an algorithm on how one deals with a person who uses substances. It actually just undergoes three major steps, which is screening, a medical evaluation, and the different continuum of care, or the different provider networks, depending on the severity of drug use. So I will not go into further detail for this, but it can be discussed later on. Okay, based on the client flow, the Department of Health aims to provide a healthcare provider network, or an HCPN, for substance abuse treatment and rehabilitation, which we want to incorporate into the universal health care. So there are actually 3 or 4 levels of care. Now, going on the principle of no wrongdoer policy, any person who uses drugs or PWOOds can enter into a facility and they can be navigated depending on the level of severity of substance use. So ideally, one enters into a primary healthcare facility. They will undergo the necessary screening process. If they need to, they will undergo a medical examination called the drug dependency examination, and referred to 3 levels of care. The most basic level of care is the community-based drug rehabilitation program for those with mild substance use disorders, or if they are regularly using, they need a more thorough treatment program, which is an outpatient treatment and rehab center, also known as a recovery clinic. And finally, for the 1%ers, you have your residential rehabilitation center, where they have to stay inpatient for at least 6 to 12 months. Likewise, there is a network of other services. We can network also with hospitals for those with comorbid medical conditions, or we can also network with a mental health facility for those with substance-induced mental conditions, and also other service providers such as the Department of Education, the Women's Desk in case they were abused, the TESDA, among many other services. So this is the goal of the Department of Health, to provide a healthcare provider network. Okay, where are we now? Demand, supply, and the gap. So based on the study, if you can recall what I showed you a while ago, there is an estimated 16,751 persons who use drugs who have severe substance use disorders. But right now, we have accredited facilities, 16 DOH accredited facilities, 21 total, those undergoing accreditation, 9 LGUs and 39 private rehab facilities. So we have a total for the nation of 4,840 authorized beds. Okay, so against 16,751, we need this 2021 an additional 11,911 beds. And once we have the DOH has accredited its own facilities, we will be adding an additional 1,282 beds, so decreasing our gap to 10,629. So more or less, we see a gap of around 40% for the needs for our inpatient beds. For our outpatient rehabilitation facilities, the current demand is around 67,000 to as much as 124,000. There are only 27 existing DOH outpatient and recovery facilities, and they have been serving only 6,774. These facilities are both the recovery clinics, which was developed by the Department of Health together with the WHO, and also the outpatient facilities of the DOH rehab facilities and some private rehab centers. So we're looking at a gap of around between 240 to 468 additional outpatient facilities to be able to serve more or less around 60,000 outpatient facilities more. So you could see the gap for our inpatient and our outpatient, but we are looking into it, and part of our Philippine Health Development Plan is to provide these services in the near future and also into the long term with a universal health care. I will not discuss the needs for community-based rehabilitation programs, since it would be better to be discussed, I guess, on a different agenda. All right. So based on all of that, what is the DOH DDAP aiming to do with our Philippine Health Facilities Development Plan? One is we support the community-based drug rehabilitation program. The CBDRP the CBDRP is worked on by many different agencies. This includes the Department of the Interior and Local Government, of course, us, the Department of Health, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, and other government agencies. Now, likewise, we aim to put up one outpatient or recovery clinic per province. That's around 80 or more. And then we will also encourage the other local government units to put up outpatient TRCs in their provinces, or maybe even cities or municipalities if they can afford it. We want to put up 1 inpatient rehab center per region and 4 Apex rehab centers nationwide that will cater mostly to training. And aside from the regular services, it will cater to training, it will cater to monitoring and evaluation and development of services in all aspects of the development plan. So it's more or less they will oversee everything aside from the central office. So the future directions of the program, the very first one, and I guess this is the most important one for us right now, is incorporating the healthcare provider network in the universal healthcare. The second important direction for the program is to provide an easier access to voluntary evidence-based treatment through amendment of the Republic Act 9165. There are certain bills that are ongoing right now, and we intend to help make the amendment so that it's easier and it's more voluntary and it's more evidence-based for our PWOODs to enter into the program, and of course, research. So all of that is the general and future directions of the program of the Department of Health. Now, to end my presentation, I would like to present to you the Department of Health Substance Abuse Helpline, which we developed recently, which provides information, support, referral, and brief intervention. So all of this, the Substance Abuse Helpline natin, 1550, we get easier access, and we are now regionalizing this and also spreading it into the internet through our social media platforms. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for listening to my very short presentation. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liabres, for a very informative and very clear presentation of the gaps in research and facilities and the policy recommendations of the DOH. Maraming salamat, Dr. Liabres. Our second speaker will be presenting about the governance and policy perspective of substance use policy and interventions. Ms. Georgina Hernandez-Yang is the Executive Director of Galing Pook Foundation, an organization that promotes innovation and excellence in governance, and one of the original co-conveners of the ACDP. She served as the Vice Presidential Spokesperson and head of Angat Buhay, the Vice President's flagship anti-poverty program that gathers partners across different sectors to work with local governments. She also worked at the Department of Social Welfare and Development as the Director of the Sustainable Livelihood Program. Please let's all welcome Ms. Joanne Hernandez-Yang.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Georgina Ann Hernandez-Yang from the Galing Pook Foundation. For the past years, we have recognized good local government programs, including in the area of public health, such as LGU-led prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and reintegration programs. I will be sharing some of these examples today as I talk about the public health policy and interventions related to substance use in the Philippines from a governance and policy perspective. Here's my presentation outline. My goal is to present the highlights from national policy research presentations done by Dr. Carl Antonio, Dr. Minerva Kalimag, and Dr. Leonardo Estacio last May 19, and the updates from DILG Undersecretary Echeverry. From these, I hope to offer some recommendations to address current gaps and challenges. This includes presenting adaptive innovations of LGUs to build safe, smart, and sustainable communities for all, including people who use drugs or PWOODs. These could provide us with concrete strategies and potential ways forward. On the governance situationer, LGUs perform a crucial role in drug treatment and rehabilitation, but there are limitations due to technology under Secretary Echeverry. From these, I hope to offer some recommendations to address current gaps and challenges. This includes presenting adaptive innovations of LGUs to build safe, smart, and sustainable communities for all, including people who use drugs or PWOODs. These could provide us with concrete strategies and potential ways forward. On the governance situationer, LGUs perform a crucial role in drug treatment and rehabilitation, but there are limitations due to technical know-how, expertise, and financial resources that are limited, which affects the LGU's ability to deliver such services. There are also varying levels of functionalities of ADACs, and while the DILG has mandated the establishment of local anti-drug abuse councils, its ability to perform its duties and responsibilities vary widely. To share some data points from USEC Echeverry, 49% of cities and municipalities implement community-based drug rehabilitation programs, covering just half of LGUs nationwide. At the barangay level, only 6,213 or 16% of barangays have DOH-certified CBDR programs, and a much lower number of barangays are able to deliver medication-assisted treatment and detoxification, as well as health services and wellness promotion programs. This stems from the limited sustainable financing mechanisms and competing priorities for limited resources, especially in public health. Lastly, on this slide, Dr. Leonardo Estacio's paper talks about the war on drugs that led to millions of illegal drug users to surrender, and that also resulted to alleged extrajudicial killings of mostly users and street-level pushers. Moving on to the policy side, there is a need for a paradigm shift to reduce the dichotomy between restorative and retributive justice. In addition, the articulation of the rights of clients is still very broad and lacking, given the general scope of how it is written. There are also potentially overlapping mandates born out of different issuances and policies. For instance, the DOH plays a crucial role in treatment and rehabilitation, while the DDB and ICAD also performs functions related to this, though on an oversight capacity. Likewise, the DILG and DSWD also have roles to play to manage the different stakeholders and to ensure that nothing falls into the cracks. These probable overlaps must be clarified. And the last point on this slide on harmonization of various policies that involve substance use, we have seen that there are also potential synergies identified in policy interventions under RA 9165 and RA 8504. Dr. Minerva Kalimag highlighted the different provisions of these two laws pertaining to education, community action and partnerships, and support systems that may be aligned. However, at present, HIV-related laws seem to be limited to fulfilling legislative requirements alone related to the principles of harm reduction. This includes needle and syringe program, or the NSP, and the needle exchange program. But it does not address drug dependence issues or how HIV-related laws interact meaningfully with the PDEA law and the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002, which misses out on potential complementation of efforts in implementing these two laws. Allow me to delve deeper into RA 9165. The definition of terms such as user, pusher, and possession in the current formulation of the law needs to be clear with objective indicators, as currently it is still quite limiting and vague in nature. Second point is the death penalty provision, which are still present in the copies of the law, should immediately be omitted. Third point on the use of drug testing as the sole way to detect substance use. For the presentation of Dr. Leonardo Estacio stated that drug testing should not be the sole measure in determining substance use, given that other measures, such as drug dependency screenings, could provide a better picture. Drug testing alone may be prone to error and misbehavior. And finally, there are also limited provisions for family, community, labor, and education sector in RA 9165, which need to be further defined as an area for enhancement. Still on the same topic, community-based drug rehabilitation programs are seen to be necessary, given that around 90 to 95% of surrenderers are considered low risk and may be supported through these efforts. Likewise, aftercare treatment are also not adequately addressed in the current formulation of the law. And there is also a limited scope for treatment of special populations, which include children and adolescent, women, pregnant women, LGBTQIA+, elderly, and clients with comorbidities. On the homogeneous and Western type of treatment approach, RA 9165 is also not updated with new drug treatment approaches that have been proven to be effective. The current provisions are still limited to the homogeneous and Western type of approaches for both inpatient and outpatient rehabilitation. And finally, the provisions for delisting as well as exemption from criminal liabilities for voluntary surrenderers are still not covered in the law. So moving on to the recommendations given the situation on the governance and policy for public health related to substance use in the Philippines, we first look into the governance aspect, particularly that of the local government units. It must be recognized that LGUs are the frontline service providers in building drug-resistant and drug-resilient communities. Therefore, a one-size-fits-all and a top-down policy is really not going to be as good as the actual on-the-ground experience. One example of this is the Likay Droga program of General Santos that mobilized stakeholders from the Department of Education, NGOs, training, and employment sectors to effectively prevent substance abuse, especially among the youth, both who are in school and out of school. And their approach is informed by data. Their action is designed based on their local needs, local context, local resources, capacities, as well as culture. But of course, replicating General Santos' Likay Droga is easier said than done, especially with limited funds. Therefore, moving on to the second point, there really needs to be sustainable financial mechanisms on all levels, including that of funding support for the establishment and strengthening of ADACs, as well as the operations of DTB and PDEA, and conducting research. Funding mechanisms at the individual level is also an area for policy reform due to the limited social health insurance support for treatment and rehabilitation. The dichotomy on the third point on improving policy mechanisms by abolishing punitive provisions, we believe that the dichotomy between restorative and retributive justice could be addressed by adopting a rights-based approach, public health approach, as well as a behavioral health approach. This is seen in LGU-led programs featured in our pre-conference webinar. I've already talked about the Likay Droga from General Santos, and the other program is that from Pasig City LGU, which is called Tagamasid ng Pasig. This program provides preventive education, family support, aftercare, and social and economic reintegration programs, including livelihood and employment. Some were even hired by the Pasig LGU itself after their program. And this humanitarian response that is community-based in nature led to 17 out of 30 barangays that are declared as drug-free, and they are still working on increasing this number. moving on to policy recommendations on existing legislation, there should be a way to explore complementation and collaboration where possible, particularly on the mental health law and RA 9165, or the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. Likewise, there are opportunities for congruence and synergies in HIV-related laws as well as RA 9165. Particularly, harm reduction principles may be leveraged to address drug dependence issues, while also looking into drug abuse as a potential contributing factor in the spread of HIV/AIDS, given that we have seen a rise in incidence of HIV transmission among people who inject drugs. So seeing the complementation of these two policies will be able to achieve multiple outcomes. Also, the terms and concepts in the current formulation of the law must be clearly defined, as well as the immediate removal of the death penalty provision on all copies of RA 9165. And finally, to explore adding multiple assessments and tests to detect substance abuse other than that of drug testing. Additional policy recommendations on policy mechanisms that must always have a strong scientific basis and evidence. Families and communities must also have access to reliable information on anti-drug activities and programs. Other policy mechanisms that could be improved are accreditation policies for providers and functionality of ADACs with clearly defined goals, roles, and responsibilities. This also leads to the need for strengthening research capacity so that a systems-level transformation is possible. This entails developing a process of documenting, monitoring, and evaluating service provision. Policies and interventions are necessary also for destigmatization by offering a continuum of care that acknowledges the challenges of reintegration from the onset and addresses this by engaging the necessary players. To do this, a special enabling body needs to be organized to facilitate the processes, including that of delisting and providing exemptions from criminal offense for voluntary surrenderers. On the research recommendations, here we can see specific research topics for further exploration. One is that of evaluative review outline for a comprehensive picture of the current rehabilitation policy. Second is on the different roles, responsibilities of various agencies involved in substance use management, as well as a comparative analysis of local policies across countries, and a historical analysis on contemporary policy. And finally, policy studies, program monitoring and evaluation, and scientific studies on dangerous drugs and drug prevention and control measures. With these specific topics, we could really document transitions from criminalization to medicalization to communitization. And all of these important topics need funding so that research activities in all fields of addiction science and systems and policy research will continue to make progress. Finally, for the way forward, having mentioned that the implementation is really going to be led by our frontliners at the local government level, it would be fitting to look at adaptive innovations and strategies that could be pursued that need policy support at all levels, national, regional, and local, as well as financing mechanism support in order to ensure that communities are safe, smart, and sustainable, including for PWOODs and the communities where they are in. For safe, or safe and healthy communities, there really is a need for timely, adequate, and quality healthcare delivery in order to have drug-free, progressive, and peaceful communities. For SMART, I have previously mentioned the need to pursue science and evidence-based policymaking by supporting research at all levels of policymaking, and the use of data and technology for effective and efficient service delivery, including for monitoring of individuals. And finally, on sustainability, the importance of continuity of care, especially during the time of pandemic and disasters, and having lasting impact at the individual, family, and community level. And this vision could be integrated into both national and local policies so that we could have more safe, smart, and sustainable communities all over the country. Thank you very much, and good day to you all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Liables and Ms. Hernandez-Yang for the comprehensive presentation.
I am.
Yeah. At this point, we are proceeding to our open forum. If you have questions, please kindly key them in at the Q&A box or the chat box. And I turn you over to Academician Chong for the open forum.
Yes, thank you. So I'm trying to see whether there are already questions in the Q&A box. And mukhang wala pa yata. Okay, well, actually, we heard the first presenter, and what was given to us was actually a comprehensive presentation on the extent of the problem. And as was categorized, there's about 1.67 million people who have this problem of drug abuse. But most of them are really mild use. And those in moderate is only around 45%, and 1% will be severe. So if you look at this, may I know from our first speaker, Dr. Liables, whether the Department of Health is able to craft the different levels of care given the devolution that we have for the delivery of services?
Thank you very much, Academician Chong, for that question. We have crafted more or less a roadmap, which I showed a while ago, which is the client flow for the wellness for our substance use cases. This guides the Department of Health on what are the appropriate treatment facilities that we need to invest on. So far, I would be proud to say that we have at least, in terms of inpatient facilities or our rehabilitation centers, we have one per region except for Mimaropa and also BARM. So our plans for inpatient is primarily just expansion for the 1%. Now for the outpatient, this one is more challenging. Before 2016, we only had 2 outpatient programs run by the Department of Health. One was in Baguio General Hospital and the other one in Davao. But with the help of the WHO, we piloted 6 more for the DOH to run at least 8 facilities. We are targeting 1 per province. And we're talking of 80 plus provinces. So it's going to entail a lot of investment. It entails a lot of training. And of course, we still have to make sure that it conforms with the international standards without breaking Philippine laws. So that's the second challenge. The third challenge is the biggest one, which is our mild substance use disorder cases, or those with mild risk for substance use. Community-based programs, they're the ones that are needed for that. And having health facilities in all levels of communities is a challenging thing to do. We've developed training programs. We are cascading it down to the regional level, which we hope to see will be cascaded down also to the local government units. Now, so far, with the help of civil service organizations and international organizations, there's been a lot already in process. There's a lot already operational. However, we still need to do a lot more. No other country has provided for with services this wide in just 4 or 5 years. Tayo lang po sa Pilipinas ang ganito kalawak. And in fact, our neighbor countries, our ASEAN countries are looking at us already and trying to study our plans and programs that they may hopefully replicate in their countries also. And mind you po, no, our programs are with the assistance of the WHO, and soon enough, the UNODC is going to be helping us. We also have programs from JICA and USAID, EU, among many others. So yung standards po natin are international standards, and I am proud of our healthcare workers. Despite na yung facilities at infra natin ay not world-class, but our health workers are world-class. So we're doing great po. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liabres. That's very encouraging, no, to see that we're actually leading the efforts in terms of being able to institute some of these programs. Kasi pagka nakita po natin ng media, hindi naman masyado napapag-usapan yan. Lagi napapag-usapan po ay yung war on drugs and all the killings. Pero hindi napapag-usapan itong mga ganito mga programa ng gobyerno na hindi naman natin alam before at nalaman lang natin with this administration. So I think credit has to be given where credit is due. And we, of course, allowed the efforts of the Department of Health and all the other government agencies working on this. And now we move on to Ms. Georgina Hernandez-Yang. Thank you for actually integrating all the services and all the presentations more or less from research with a group of Dr. Carl Antonio and Dr. Kalimag, and of course our beloved Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Dean Estacio. And moving on also to the mandate by law, no, that's given to all the different government agencies. But you actually touch on a very important subject, which is the empowerment of communities and the LGUs in implementing these programs. And you cited two, the one in Pasig and the one in General Santos. And I was just wondering, where you were talking about sustainability and financing these programs. It's probably good to know how much in terms of financial muscle an LG will need to be able to undertake these programs. I would think that if the LGU would be very proactive and there shouldn't really be a problem in terms of financing dahil mukha naman pong ito po ay priority ng gobyerno, and I think that marami rin ho tayo mga non-government organizations or community organizations willing to help. So in terms of your studies and observations, what do you think drove the success of these programs in those two communities that you mentioned?
Good afternoon, Academician Chong, and thank you for the question. Good afternoon also to Dr. Liabres, and thank you for providing the updates on the policies and programs that are really needed in order to sustain the gains and hopefully institutionalize all the drug rehabilitation and treatment efforts. Particularly for the LGU experiences, it's true that financing and funds will always be limited, but what we have really observed is the adaptiveness and innovation of these LGUs through public-private partnerships. So in a sense, when you look just directly on the total budget, it will not be enough, but the cross-sector collaboration is really a common practice that we're seeing in terms of successfully delivering CBDR programs, as well as effective drug prevention advocacies and programs, especially among the youth. The faith-based organizations, non-government organizations play a crucial role, and even private sector. And even within the LGU, for example, the GenSan experience, they use TESDA funds to do the technical vocational training for prevention and also for economic reintegration. So in a sense, it's I think another common thread is also the leadership the leadership of local chief executives and mayor to be able to see different possibilities and complementation across the different programs that are being implemented. So with these types of synergies, I think these promising practices that I mentioned would be replicable and hopefully sustainable in other areas as well.
Thank you, Georgina. I think that actually gives us very, again, good examples of how LGUs can actually work with community organizations that hindi naman gobyerno lang. We can actually take advantage of more proactive citizens in the community and organizations that can help lead this problem of drug abuse and substance use disorders. I was looking at the question and answer. There's a comment here about cannabis sativa. I know that there's still a pending bill in Congress with respect to legalizing this. I'm not sure whether the Department of Health or some of these NGOs have some opinion regarding this. Would you have some opinion regarding the position of the DOH in terms of legalizing cannabidiol or cannabis? Dr. Liabres?
That's a very good question. Okay, we are basing it not merely on the plant in itself, but on the chemical structure. As physicians, as the Department of Health, we're more looking at the active ingredients that are scientifically proven to help. Now, cannabis has many chemical components, and two critical components, tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, which is the addictive component, and cannabidiol, which has been shown in some studies that are helpful, especially in some cases of seizure or epileptic disorders, and among many others. The DOH stand is we support cannabidiol, that chemical component, for medical use in the Philippines, but we do not support cannabis in its raw form or in any other form except in its pharmaceutical form. But it must not exceed 0.1, if I can recall it correctly, 0.1% THC, tetrahydrocannabinol component. So dun po tayo sa more medical aspect ng cannabis, hindi po yung raw form. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liabres. Kasi alam naman natin na may mga groups that would like to have plantations of cannabis, and they want to legalize also the production of the raw plant. But thank you for that clarification. Would you have anything about this, Ms. Georgina Yang?
No, ma'am, it's okay. Thank you, Dr. Liabres, for the response.
Okay. Well, as actually what speakers have presented in this topic is that there are really several laws that will also have to be harmonized. You talked also about harmonizing, for example, the law on AIDS, the law on mental health, and now the law on drug abuse. So I was just wondering, when we make laws, I'm not sure because I'm not a legislator, but I suppose that when they make laws, there's always a stakeholder conference. And I'm not sure now, when you have these several laws and there are programs, for example, that can be harmonized in the different laws and being able to integrate all of them, I suppose it will be the work of several government agencies, no? So would you be able to tell us how this happens? Dr. Liabres, baka kayo po pwedeng magsagot nito. Paano ko bang gagawin natin pagka ganyan na may mga overlap ang mga iba't ibang batas with respect to health, for example?
Right. Siguro ang isa sa mga overlaps that we see is sa RA 9165, wherein they combine law enforcement with health. So that's drug supply reduction and drug demand reduction, which is a very good balance already. You see, substance abuse can be seen in many different ways. Kami sa health sector, we see it as a medical problem, health problem. It can be seen something as a social problem. It can be seen as a criminal law enforcement problem. So it's a very well balanced law. Now, some medical side, mental health law, it's very vague with regards to substance use. Although some people would claim that mental health and substance abuse and mental health go hand in hand together, then perhaps it's something that mental health law and RA 9165, probably through the DOH, can make co-managements. The DOH has a mental health program, and likewise the DOH also has our program, the Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program. And it's very easy for us to coordinate and collaborate since we're in just one office. So hindi siya nagiging issue between us sa mental health at saka sa dangerous drugs. Now, in terms of combining it with other laws, it will also vary. We've been invited to many legal sessions, committee hearings, and those things have been discussed in thorough by, of course, by their resource persons, which includes the different agencies, some private experts, and then they come up with the best solution on how to address certain situations in a law. It will never be perfect. And then may kasunod. So nagawa na yung batas, like in the case of 9165. The work now is they've seen the problems with 9165, so they are now coming up with amendments for 9165. And hopefully those amendments will address the problems of 9165 and not make more problems for 9165. So kailangan po talaga tutukan at bantayan at pakipagtulungan po sa ating mga lawmakers para maganda yung kakalabasan ng kanilang mga ginagawang batas. Thank you po.
Although Dr. Liabres, may tanong po dito sa chat, magaganda rin naman talaga yung mga batas natin, but sometimes yung implementation, may nagtatanong dito tungkol sa DDB, yung pag-certify raw po ng mga CBRPs by the DOH, and some of the regional DOH offices are still not ready. Ito ho ba ay patutuhanan natin o talagang merong differences ang implementation in the different regions?
We have been, okay, so that's a very good question. Siguro kailangan ng additional educational information para dun sa implementation parts. We have had DOH na policies with regards to that, and we have to ensure that it's there with the DDB regulation, and there are annexes in the DDB regulation that dictate how an MHO, a municipal health officer or a city health officer, can look into the CBDR programs. They just have to go back and check on the CBDR, and if they still have any questions, they can always reach out to the CHDs or the regional office of the DOH and also the DOH central office so that we could address yung kanilang questions and concerns.
And another question po, Dr. Liabres, is regarding the clinical psychologists daw po who will administer, for example, the drug dependency examinations. Will DOH be able to certify clinical psychologists doing this examination?
I'm afraid the DDE is exclusive for physicians who have been trained under the Department of Health. You see, the DDE or the drug dependency examination is a medical examination, and it consists of history taking, physical examination, mental status examination, neurologic examinations. Why is that so? We look at substance abuse not just as a mental health concern, but also as a medical concern. As you see, when you take drugs, it not only affects the brain and the behavior, but it can also affect your heart. It can cause seizures. It can cause you to have strokes and cardiovascular conditions. And you have to determine whether the patient is presently intoxicated or the patient is overdosed, or maybe even in withdrawal, or the patient is doing okay. So it has to be a very complete and comprehensive evaluation, which is only advised to be done by a trained physician. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, there was an incident in a very huge mall where there was an activity there, and somehow there was ecstasy going around. It caused numerous fatalities wherein we would see that our patients have had blood pressures extremely high, and they were suffering multiple strokes all over different organs of the body. So it's not just merely a psychological thing, but you also have to make sure that the patient is physically okay, or if there is none, then appropriate treatment has to be made. So I'm sorry, it's the DDE is purely a physician thing. But there are other ways for a psychologist and other rehab practitioners to make an assessment. There are screening tools that we can use for that. Many screening tools are available. you can use that to make an assessment.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Liabres. I think because all these questions will, of course, redound to the future direction of PhilHealth, for example, support for outpatient treatment and for treatment of drug users, no. And I think part of the total package of services will have to consider out-of-pocket expenses on the part of the families. And I think this is probably also one of the reasons why some other people who would like to help the country in this problem would like to be involved. It's just looking at perhaps some form of accreditation from DOH or the other agencies of government so that there could be reimbursement of their services. Siguro ganun ang, but I'm sure this will all be solved if we work together. And I'd like to conclude this forum by thanking both of you, Ms. Georgina Hernandez-Yang and of course Dr. Jose Bienvenido Liabres for a very interesting forum and topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to our distinguished speakers and Academician Chong. I just want to, in the Q&A box, there was also special thanks to Dr. Bien Liabres for appreciating the rehabilitation frontliners' work in the field. Maraming salamat daw po. And to both Ms. Yang and Dr. Liabres, the participants appreciate the clear presentation and the information and data that were given. And hopefully the information can reach the youth through the DepEd and the CHED, ang sabi nila. So again, maraming salamat to our distinguished speakers and Academician Chong. To show our appreciation, we would like to present the following certificate of appreciation to our invited speakers. This one is, again, from the DOST, National Academy of Science, ACDP. The certificate of appreciation is given to not Dr. Leonardo Estacio, but to Dr. Jose Bienvenido Lab, Ms. Georgina Ann Hernandez-Yang, in recognition of her invaluable contribution as resource person. And this is signed by Academician Padilla and Dr. Crisostomo. Thank you, Ms. Georgina Hernandez-Yang. And the next certificate of appreciation from the DOST, the NAST, and the ACDP goes out to Dr. Bienvenido Liabres. Can we have that certificate on? All right, I think they're having difficulty, Doc Bien. While waiting for that, let me read the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Bienvenido Liabres in recognition of his invaluable contribution as resource person at the National Substance Use Science Policy Information Seminar on June 15. And it's also signed by Academician Carmencita Padilla and Dr. Armando Crisostomo. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Bien Liabres.
Thank you very much also.
Okay, the next part of the program will now be moderated by Academician Charlotte Chong. So I turn over the floor to you, Academician Chong. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Belen, and of course, Dr. Soriano. To present the summary of the research and policy recommendations now, please let me call on Dr. Francisco A. Magno, our outstanding young scientist of 2000. Dr. Francisco Magno was a former chair of the Political Science Department and director of the Social Development Research Center. He has conducted teaching and research at the prestigious universities in the country and abroad. He sits in the National Steering Committee of the Open Government Partnership Philippines, National Leadership Council of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network Philippines, and the Board of Trustees of the Albert Del Rosario Institute for Strategic and International Studies. He is the president of the Local Governance Training Institute's Philippine Network and vice president of the International Academy of CIO. In 2000, he was a recipient of an Outstanding Young Scientist Award in Political Science from the National Academy of Science and Technology, and currently he is the project director of the SDG City Lab at De La Salle University. Dr. Magno, Dr. The virtual floor is yours. Dr. Magno?
It is my honor and privilege to present to you the research and policy recommendations on substance use in the Philippines. This was generated through a process of knowledge partnership and co-production involving the participation of academics, researchers, and scientists engaged with practitioners in government, civil society, private sector, and the international development community. Over the past few months, a series of webinars were conducted to distill the problematic issues surrounding substance use in the Philippines. In the public policy literature, there is a category of public problems called wicked problems. Wicked problems are viewed as complex, unpredictable, open-ended, and intractable situations. Wicked problems often move across the lines of established jurisdictions, governance levels, and policy domains. In this context, the problems surrounding substance use can be considered as wicked problems. They are best addressed through coherent policy actions backed up by sound research. Hence, today's activity is a contribution towards making research and policy speak to each other. This presentation will have 4 parts. The first part would be a discussion of the issues and challenges identified by our 5 thematic clusters. The second would be a discussion of the existing policies and programs and what are further enhancements that are needed. The third part would be a presentation of proposed new policies. And the fourth part would be an identification of policy research gaps. So let us now go to the issues and challenges. So we can see that there is an expansion and increased sophistication of the global and regional drug market. There are also changes in drug market operations. So we have to consider mobility, new technology, new substances, expansion of network use of online-based facilities and legitimate establishments. There is also an observation that there is a growing number of persons getting into drugs, especially the youth. There is also the increased volume of people in jail, leading to prison overcrowding, which infringe on the right to life and health. We also observe misconceptions and limited information on substance use. There is a preference for a punitive approach to substance use based solely on criminal law enforcement. There is a lack of studies and inadequate understanding on the root causes and drivers of substance use. There are limited preventive measures, poor treatment facilities and services, and weak reintegration programs. There is also insufficient multi-sectoral collaboration. So after this list of the issues and challenges, we now go to the existing policies and programs that require strengthening. Among these are the institutionalized, people-centered, and public health approaches to substance use. Considering that we identified a while ago that there tends to be a preference for punitive approaches. But based on the webinars that were conducted, there is a clamor really for having holistic and multi-sided approach to the substance use problem. The integration of holistic approaches and policies in the framework for responding to substance use. There's also a need to build up community rehabilitation programs and facilities, to strengthen programs that address economic and social realities connected to substance use, especially in education, health, and employment. Access to economic activities to disincentivize participation in the drug trade and prevent substance use. So this is the ecosystem of stakeholders, and there is a need to further strengthen collaborative processes to make these types of interactions more productive. So in terms of strengthening stakeholder and institutional processes, we find here the need to further boost intergovernmental responses on drug-related problems or concerns. The need to foster a multisectoral approach. For example, the collaboration with the Philippine National Police, the Dangerous Drugs Boards, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, other social services sectors, local government units, community organizations, civil society organizations, and faith-based groups. There's also a need to strengthen the establishment of the community and family support system. In the area of information, education, and communications, there is a need to further enhance the role of the academic community in drug and substance use education. There's a standard curriculum in drug awareness and prevention education in schools, and the development of drug recovery modules, which helps in improving family and community support for persons who are recovering from substance abuse. So there is a need to allocate resources for the health services, staff and facilities, and research. For health services, the areas requiring resources would be services and continuum of care for persons who use drugs, health financing and social health insurance coverage for rehabilitation, educational programs that can help persons with substance dependency concerns, the need to expand online health services for concerns related to substance use, like counseling and assessment, monitoring of clients who completed treatment programs, social reintegration of persons who use drugs, and economic opportunities for persons who use drugs. With respect to staff and facilities, there is a need to repair and improve programs for treatment and rehabilitation centers, as well as community-based drug rehabilitation facilities. Increase capacity building activities for officials and staff. In the area of research, it is imperative to ensure a sustainable research budget on substance use, its context, trends, effectiveness of the existing approaches, gaps, and areas for improvement. So let me now go to the recommendations with respect to the creation of new policies. It is emphasized here that a people-centered approach is very important to ensure that policies reflect people's rights and needs. In this regard, there is a need for an assessment of system compatibility to the needs of persons who use drugs and their families. Substance dependency treatments must be categorized according to gender and age groups. Individual treatment programs focus on the client's growth as a human being that enables their transition back to society. It is also important to adopt compassionate pragmatism, where PWUD's human dignity are the core foundations. It is important to have policies that foster restorative and transformative justice to substance use. It is important to have clear policy mechanisms for building drug-resilient individuals families, and communities, so that the rights of a person who uses drugs under drug treatment must be articulated and clarified. Special enabling policy for delisting, destigmatization, and exemption from the criminal offense of those who went through proper treatment, rehabilitation, and aftercare programs are necessary. Comprehensive guidelines in implementing CBDRPs across the country are likewise imperative. There is a need for effective policy implementation by local government units toward building drug-resistant and resilient communities. With respect to preventive treatment, recovery, and reintegration programs, the proposed policies are in the areas of proper management and treatment of PWUDs, coverage of services at the whole continuum of care from outpatient, including community-based programs, to inpatient under existing health insurance system, PhilHealth. Holistic approach on patients, including physical conditions, psychological, and sociological well-being. It is important to provide supportive activities such as recovery connections and social support. Focus on transitions through treatment, planning, drafting, discharge reports, and continuing care plans. The inclusion of PWUDs, their families, communities, peers, local institutions, and other stakeholders. Let me now go to the final part of this presentation, and these are the policy research gaps. Multidisciplinary, scientific, and evidence-based research to inform shifts in policy, revisiting conventional approaches to substance use as follows. Under global and local trends analysis, we have to examine global and regional developments in drug-related problems, trends, and impacts to local contexts. We should also consider emerging trends on substance use and its public health implications. We should look at the intersection of local contexts and developments in the drug market. For example, money laundering, casinos, online gaming, corruption, and others. We need to expand the analysis of drug supply and supply reduction strategies. With respect to context and profile, we should analyze economic, social, cultural, political, and other factors affecting substance use to enable responsive and appropriate interventions or solutions that work. There is a need to conduct further investigation on the effectiveness of psychological, social, and cultural nuances and environs of illicit substance intake. In the area of institutions and support systems, it is important to explore availability and gaps in social support in various settings, including the workplace, the school, the community, the church, and other social institutions. It is important to look at the evidence in the role of families in treatment and recoveries, community-based rehabilitation program effects and improvement areas. It is necessary to analyze the authority, relationships, and functions of DOH, DDB, DSWD, and PDEA. Because as we noted in the early part of this presentation, it is really very relevant to consider how policy integration and the whole of government approach can be pursued in addressing the problems surrounding substance use. With respect to the tools, there is a need to develop standardized and validated tools to measure substance use, prevalence, and patterns. More diversified sampling across treatment models and institutions are needed, and it is important to develop methodology and tools to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of substance use prevention approaches and interventions. With respect to the effectiveness of prevention, treatment, and recovery programs, it is needed, very important, to have policy evaluation and scientific studies on dangerous drugs control measures. Monitoring and evaluation of interventions, both at the national and local levels, including assessment of their cohesiveness and responsiveness. Assessment of best practices on case handling procedures and management of PWDs in different treatment settings. Research on the effective preventive mechanisms on substance use. Research on community-based rehabilitation programs. More studies on the aftercare services that lessens clients' relapse. And studies that look at local and public health approach-based programs. In conclusion, we need stakeholder engagement and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Holistic and person-centered approaches and evidence-based research that consider the root causes of substance use in efforts to strengthen policy and governance mechanisms on prevention, treatment, recovery, and reintegration of persons who use drugs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Magno, for giving us the proposed direction of the forum, both in terms of research and policy. At this point of the program, we've invited key personalities in the executive and legislative branches of government to share their insights and give their feedback on the various topics discussed and the recommendations that have been put forward by the Asian Center for Drug Policy. First on our list is the Secretary and the Chair of the NAST Philippines Health Sciences Division and the current Executive Director of the DOST-Philippine Council for Health Research and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome academician Jimmy Montoya to give his response on substance use and the research agenda.
Thank you very much, Academician Xiong, and greetings to all our esteemed experts, policymakers, my colleagues in the academy, and co-workers in government, and all our participants in this seminar. I'd like to provide some, just a brief idea on what research undertakings we've done so far. And I've actually heard the recommendations on research initiatives, and I listened intently, and hopefully we'll be able to do some, if not most of it, in order to address some of the most pressing problems as far as drug use is concerned. The Philippine National Health Research System, of which we are the national coordinating body, has developed a framework for health research in our country based on what we call the National Unified Health Research Agenda, which covers the period of 2017 to 2022. And in that particular National Unified Health Research Agenda, substance abuse has been considered as a priority topic. And in partnership with the Department of Health, through the Advancing Health Through Evidence-Assisted Decisions, Health Policy and Systems Research, or what we call the AHEAD HSPR program, the DOST-PCHRD is currently managing an ongoing research program titled Assessing and Designing Evidence-Based, Culturally Appropriate, and Cost-Effective Aftercare Programs and Services for Drug Users in the Philippines, headed by one of our speakers now, Dr. Leonardo Estacio Jr. of the Addictus Research and Intervention Center, Incorporated. Now on its second phase of implementation, this project mainly aims to assess the current aftercare programs provided by treatment and rehabilitation centers and to design evidence-based, culturally appropriate, and cost-effective aftercare programs for recovering drug users in the Philippines. Mental health is another priority topic of the National Unified Health Research Agenda from 2017 to 2022 under the theme Research to Enhance and Extend Healthy Lives, which is also linked to substance abuse, specifically on addiction. The mental health program of the DOST, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, was established last 2019 as a response to the passing of the Philippine Mental Health Law in 2018 and the consequent launching of the National Mental Health Research Agenda 2019 to 2022. The program aims to address the rapidly growing mental health concerns in the country and to contribute to the efficient and affordable solutions through research, hopefully to address the identified research priorities in mental health. Through this program, the DOST-PCHRD can provide support in addressing identified research gaps in substance abuse. For this year's call for proposals, which will be in July 6, for 1 month from July 6 to August 6 of this year, the research on effective interventions and services for special populations, which include PWUDs, has been identified as one of the research areas for funding prioritization. The mental health program also prioritizes research on the standardization of mental health services across various settings and research on the development of science and technology innovations in relation to the various social determinants which affect mental health in the nation. Expected outputs from the DOST-funded mental health projects may include policy recommendations on best practices and evidence-based interventions for the benefit of the target populations and mental health practitioners. These studies are only a sample from a wide range of research initiatives that we currently are taking in order to understand more about substance abuse and related disorders and gather proof on the proper ways to handle it. We hope that this would be the starting point for a better handling of the drug problem in our country. So long as the war on drugs prevail, the DOST-PCHRD will be the primal source of health research leadership and direction and will commit to continuously support substance use-related research efforts in the country. As part of the Philippine National Health Research System, the DOST would like to extend their appreciation for this initiative to conduct a national forum, which became an ideal venue to gather valuable inputs and recommendations that will serve as basis in revisiting research priority areas. I also enjoin our research people, groups involved in substance abuse research to help us identify the priority research areas. And I think a starting point will be the recommendations given by Dr. Magno. And I hope that we'll have a follow-through on this meeting because we truly believe that it's through research we'll be able to address some of the most pressing issues confronting drug use in the country. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Academician Montoya. Now may we call on the representative of Dr. Lilibeth David, the Undersecretary for Health Facilities and Infrastructure Development of the Department of Health. Yusek David will give a response in the area of national health programs and policies, and she will be represented in this forum by Dr. Jose Bienvenido Liabres, our former speaker.
Good afternoon again. Undersecretary Lilibeth David extends her regrets that she's unable to join us today for an equally important activity with the Senate of the Philippines. However, she has tasked me to send her message to all of you. And first and foremost, she's very thankful that everybody's here today. And on behalf of her, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guests, specifically Senator Ana Teresa Hontiveros Baraquiel, and also the Honorable Congresswoman Dr. Angelina Tan, the chairperson for the House Committee on Health, Dr. Benjamin Reyes, Undersecretary of the Dangerous Drugs Board, the Honorable Rico Judge Janvier Echeverry, Undersecretary of the DILG, and the Honorable Jaime Montoya, Executive Director of the PCHRD, and also to our esteemed colleagues and other stakeholders for taking this time out from all your busy schedules to be with us here today. On behalf of the Department of Health, I commend the National Academy of Science and Technology of the Department of Science and Technology for organizing today's events. Since 2008, there has been a global movement to achieve universal healthcare, or the UHC. This movement has been embraced by world leaders and leading public health advocates. In 2015, the aim to provide UHC to every person in the world was solidified when 193 member states of the United Nations agreed to be part of the Sustainable Development Goals in order to transform the world into a safer, fairer, and healthier place by 2030. In the Philippines, we currently adhere to the Formula 1 Plus for Health, or the F1 Plus for Health, a revitalized and comprehensive flagship public health agenda that aims to boost the universal healthcare by focusing on its 5 pillars: health financing, health service delivery, health governance, health regulation, and performance accountability. It is recognized that attaining the UHC requires health policies and system research, or HPSR, to understand the financial, organizational, and delivery mechanisms needed at every health systems level. At its core, the HPSR is the generation and utilization of evidence from well-crafted quality research into the function of the overall public health system. HPSR has proven itself as a vital part of an evidence-based policymaking process resulting in relevant, locally adaptable, interdisciplinary health programs, projects, and activities that advance public health. Policy decisions based on evidence allows us to use limited government resources efficiently and effectively while ensuring the greatest impact for the most number of beneficiaries. Drug abuse prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation has been a program under the purview of the DOH since 1997. The Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Abuse Act, or RA 9165 of 2002, and Executive Order 273 series of 2004 solidified the department's mandate to fully take over the administration and management of the program and transfer the existing facilities under the National Bureau of Investigations and the Philippine National Police to the department. For the most part, DOH has been reliant on the National Household Survey on the patterns and trends of drug abuse in the country, a study done once every 3 years by the Dangerous Drugs Board on drug prevalence, and the usual report submitted by drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation centers. Admittedly, data collected from these sources is not enough to address the drug problem. In line with the UHC, F1 Plus, and the HPSR, the DOH, through the Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program, or the DDAP, has been working on expanding sources of data relevant to the program through in-house initiatives and collaborative engagements with other national government agencies and development partners. Recently, DDAP implemented a unified monitoring and evaluation system for all drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation facilities offering treatment in various settings and modalities. In coordination with the Centers for Health Development, the DDAP is conducting a service capability and availability mapping study with the end goal of synchronizing the program with the whole system approach of UHC through the development of a long-term plan and a resource stratified framework that is anchored on the gains achieved in the Philippine Facility Development Plan of 2020 to 2024. These efforts are being pursued to ensure that the drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation services integrate seamlessly into the healthcare provider network. Other research-based programs adapted for drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation in collaboration with our development partners are the recovery clinics, the introduction of evidence-based relapse prevention program or the INTERLAP, the development of training modules for community-based drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation programs. After a 3-year pilot implementation under the guidance of the WHO, with the DDB support, DOH shall support the establishment of recovery clinics which shall pave the way for lowering the barriers of access to voluntary care for persons who use drugs. Through the introduction of evidence-based relapse prevention program project or the INTERLAP project with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, we are developing standardized treatment systems for implementation across the gamut of treatment and rehabilitation facilities for both the residential or and the outpatient or non-residential settings. With the U.S. Agency for International Development, under the Renew Health Program capacity building modules, we are developing community-based drug rehabilitation programs which are being implemented as of this time. To further advance health through evidence-assisted decisions, the department intends to explore the following areas. First, the effectiveness of preventive and treatment interventions on substance use across different settings, be it in the community, workplace, closed settings such as detention centers, and treatment and rehabilitation facilities, among many others. The second area is gender perspective on substance abuse for our healthcare workers, women who inject drugs, and those again in closed and community settings. Third, human rights-based approach in substance abuse, focusing on persons who use drugs, women, youth, and children. Fourth, a needs assessment on treatment and support system on the rehabilitation and reintegration. And lastly, perspectives and experiences on developing countries on community-based drug rehabilitation program. We hope that today's activity allowed us to appreciate the available researches and the wealth of data they provide to guide us as we navigate through the challenges we face. We have seen a healthy and lively discussion among the participants, allowing us to share our knowledge and relevant experiences and gain valuable insights from one another. Through this event, we form networks and connections that would lead to future collaborative activities, bringing the public sector, the private sector, and other stakeholders in the area of research and knowledge expansion in the field of drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation. Despite the pandemic and the other challenges we face now and in the future, I call on each and every person with us as drug treatment and rehabilitation champions to ensure all our policies, programs, activities, and strategies are evidence-based and founded on solid and reliable data. May we continue to deliver quality treatment and rehabilitation services to every Filipino that needs it while ensuring the safety of each and every one of us. Thank you very much at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Liabres, who represented USEC Lilibeth David from the Department of Health. We will take note of all your comments and recommendations. So to give the next response is USEC RICO Judge Javier Echeverry, the Undersecretary of External and Legislative Affairs of the Department of Interior and Local Government. He will be giving his response in the area of local government implementation. USEC Echeverry, the virtual floor is now yours. Wala ba si Yusek Echeverry? He's not around. Maybe we can wait for him, but in the meantime, may I know if the representative of Congresswoman Tan is here, or the representative of Honorable Risa Ontiveros? So since I think you're seeing on your on your screen the response from Honorable Risa Ontiveros, maybe we can start with her. She'll be represented this afternoon by Miss Joanna Marie Garcia. Of course, you know that Senator Risa Ontiveros, our female legislator, is also the one in the upper chamber of the legislative branch who's looking after this drug abuse, and hopefully she'll be able to give us her message. Ms. Garcia?
Hi. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is currently attending an equally important hearing, the Senate Committee of the Whole, on the discussion on the National COVID-19 Vaccination Program. So on behalf of the Senator, we would like to thank the National Academy of Science and Technology for inviting us in this relevant and informative science policy and information forum. We see that the global drug policy is taking a pivot towards adopting public health and human rights-based framework as a dominant approach in addressing drug problems. Senator Risa Ontiveros has always advocated for a balanced approach to address the drugs problem, which is a rules-based and modern drug law enforcement strategy complemented with a humane, rehabilitative, and sustainable public health intervention of drug use. This is also why our office filed Senate Bill 359, or the Public Health Intervention for Drug Use Act. This proposal would contribute in providing for adequate and sustainable financial and technical support for local governments and communities in the implementation of an effective alternative program for drug use prevention and interventions, improving access to treatment interventions and social services to the communities and families of persons who use drugs, promotion of a rights-based anti-drug campaigns, and lastly, enhancing cooperation and coordination among national local government agencies. We will take into serious consideration, and we really appreciate the valuable input and recommendations discussed today in the forum. Thank you very much to all, and again, we thank the National Academy of Science and Technology for inviting us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So that's a representative of Senator Risa Ontiveros. So may I call whether there's a representative of... Okay, so we're now calling the Undersecretary, Rico Judge Javier Echeverry, Undersecretary for External and Legislative Affairs of the DILG, to give his response.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm in a... Anyway, after listening to a lot of our speakers, the Department of Interior and Local Government proposes that we need to, again, hopefully pass the Anti-Drug Abuse Council Bill in order to ensure that local government participation will be ensured. Be that as it may, we also would want to commend the efforts of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Department of Health for helping us draft that bill, hoping that the community-based drug rehab model will be mandatorily implemented from the province, city, municipality, and barangays. With this whole government approach, we hope that we could institutionalize further the whole government approach, not just the whole government approach, but a human security approach, wherein a balance of demand reduction and supply reduction is being implemented in the Philippines. Again, we would want to also thank our resource speakers. And I would like to mention, of course, one of the resource speakers and one of the reactors, which is Dr. Estacio, for coming up with a good critique on our efforts against illegal drugs, namely specifying the importance of encouraging the building of communities towards the fight against illegal drugs. Rehabilitation is very important. Family is very important. Local government participation will make it work. With that, we hope we could end this session hoping that before the president ends his term, we could come up with a law institutionalizing everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Kojal Sambier Echeverry. We now move on to the representative of Representative or Congresswoman Helen Tan, if there's any. May representative po ba si Congresswoman Helen Tan? If not, maybe we'll just have to thank the representative of Senator Hontiveros and of course Yusek Echeverry and the representative of Dr. Lilibet David, that's Dr. Leandro Jose Villabres. And we now move on to the next part of the program. So we would like to call on now another colleague of mine here in NAST at the Health Sciences Division, academician Edward Wang, to give the highlights of this policy conference. But before everything else, let me just read this profile. Academician Wang was elected to the National Academy of Science and Technology in 2015. Academician Wang is a researcher, clinician, mentor, and scientist who worked for the establishment of life-saving treatment and limb saving at the Philippine General Hospital for bone and tissue cancers of the limbs. He collected data of about 3,000 cases on the musculoskeletal tumor patients of PGH of the University of Philippines Manila, and that resulted in better patient service and allowed for further study and understanding of these conditions. He also spearheaded the establishment of the multidisciplinary unit known as UP-MUST, or Musculoskeletal Tumor Unit, and he currently leads the UP College of Medicine's and UP Manila's CIBOL, or Surgical Innovation and Biotechnology Laboratory program, which aims to use locally sourced material and products in order to produce much-needed surgical and medical devices that our country needs. Last year, his team also, of course, formed the CIBOL COVID Task Force that responded very well to the increasing need for medical devices during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's really my pleasure and honor to introduce my colleague, academician Edward Wang.
Thank you, academician Charlotte. Thank you very much, Dean. We all come to the last part of today's session, just before the closing remarks. And with all the responses that have come and with recommendations that were provided us by Dr. Magno, it seems like my part is really very redundant. So what I think the way we fit in here is to sort of give a summary of what transpired, because it's been a long day. And maybe some of the things that were mentioned earlier in the day might have been very important, but still, just with the amount of information we've had today, they might have been forgotten. So allow us to refresh your memories again. I'll try to make it as short as possible, but just the amount of information and knowledge that was shared today might actually make that task a little difficult. So what did we have today? We had this forum which actually addressed substance use in the Philippines and governance, research, and practice. And of course, this was opened, the morning program was opened by our president of National Academy of Science and Technology, Academician Asanza, followed by the DOST Secretary and then DOH Secretary, Dr. De La Peña, and then Dr. Duque, respectively. And then we had the UN Resident Coordinator, Mr. Gonzalez, and of course, a representative from the US Embassy, Mr. Lo. In general, they were all they all brought up the idea of working hand in hand across different agencies and with an approach that is now more holistic and more inclusive. Now it's inclusive of government, civil society, academia, NGOs. So it's a joint program. And even within the United Nations, it's intertwined with different programs, including, of course, with human rights. It's a systemic problem with many, many dimensions. But the emphasis today is really on public health. As one of the initial speakers said, public health, public safety, they go hand in hand. And today, what we really want to see is the big picture of everything. So Dr. Arman Crisostomo, conference chair and co-convener of the ACDP, described the journey, how an almost serendipitous meeting in the US with an alumnus led up to today's ACDP, which is really a consortium of different sectors of society zeroed into a single mission of understanding our topic better with the objective of, number one, gathering existing evidence in the Philippines on health-centered effective strategies and interventions on the prevention, treatment, and care for people affected by drug use and drug use disorders. Number two, facilitate a discourse and agreement of scientific community from different disciplines, allowing us a 5-year research agenda to come up with a 5-year research agenda. And number three, present scientific community's evidence-based recommendations to national and local policymakers. We had our keynote speaker, Mr. Olivier Lerme, Senior Policy Officer of the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. And contrary to his concern that we might not understand his French accent, I actually listened intently to his dissertation. And he opened it up by describing this entire problem as VUCA, VUCA. Number one, it's volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And actually, he likened it to Metro Manila traffic, which I thought was actually more VUCA than VUCA. And he told us what it is not. But at the same time, he reminds us that it is an evolving problem, which therefore needs a very dynamic approach from us. And that is exactly what we saw today. Now, we had summaries of 5 different clusters. The first cluster being substance use in the Philippines, identifying key issues given to us by USEC Benjamin Reyes of the Dangerous Drugs Board. And he put this in the context by providing the context of the ASEAN with an increasing population and big economies, and not seeing any drop in the use of and the availability of drugs, even during COVID times. And the Philippines, where 2 out of 100 Filipinos are actually users. He wants to transition from a law enforcement approach to a more balanced approach. And we need to always remember that there are many intersecting issues. Remember, it's a very complex issue. The pioneering Philippine program was brought up first by him. This is the CB community-based rehab program. Reintegration is where it's still a little weak, but that is one of the aspects that it is addressing. And so he raised several action points, like full implementation of consolidated revised governing access to treatment and rehab programs and services, or the client flow for wellness and recovery from substance-related issues, the full implementation of PhilHealth package for continuation of care, and other action points. Now, in cluster 2, under public health dimensions of substance use, that was Dr. Clara Fundaranan, head of the Health Systems Development and Management Support Use of the Dangerous Drugs Abuse Prevention and Treatment Program of the DOH. She started by stating the problems we need to address. So, implementation of proper and effective community-based drug rehab program, or the CBDRP, the integration of the CBDR into the mental health program, TB management and treatment for PWOODs in various treatment settings, TB, tuberculosis, enhancement of the capabilities and attitudes of health and service providers to ensure quality and empathic care of the PWOODs, and support and funding for research areas related to substance use. And she gave us an idea of what she thought was the government's role, facilitating and coordinating these, allocating resources, developing guidelines for the CBDRP, and a need to conduct health needs assessment for better implementation. That is the first time also we heard that 1550. So remember that number, the DOH's number for substance abuse hotline, to get immediate assistance. Okay. Cluster 3, support system for persons who use drugs. Mr. Cristobal of the Family Wellness Center Foundation asked us, what is really missing in the public discussions when we talk about drug use and substance abuse? We don't go into addressing the root causes of dependence and use. And there's so many misconceptions. So we need to listen to the people who use drugs, or the PWOODs. And why do people turn to drugs? We need to provide alternative ways to organize life without need for psychoactive substance use, like faith, self-help groups, new friends, new environment. He reminds us that recovery is the process of change, where people not only abstain from drugs, it's not really just abstention, but it's an improvement of health and wellness towards better lives in a community. So underscored by 4 dimensions: community, health, home, and purpose in life. He reminds us of good citizenship, and that is exactly what we want to bring them into. So he reminds us again to listen to the PWOODs and engage media to deliver the message of hope, rather than concentrate only on the sensational and negative aspects. Cluster 4 was the science of substance use. Dr. Gail Gomez of the Psychological Association of the Philippines gave us a biopsychological perspective, which focused on improving assessment and treatment of persons recovering from substance use. She told us about what she felt were the needed resources, like educational and economic programs, client-centered approach, reminding us that not one size fits all. There's no solution like that. It has to be individualized. Repair and improvement programs for TRCs and CBDRs, and the funding of existing programs. And she recommended new policies. So basically a shift to a client-centered approach and better drug recovery skills in tandem with life skills and family support, all of which can be aided by their signature program, the KKDK. Now, of course, there was Dr. Leonardo Estacio, the Dean of CAS in UP Manila and a professor of the Department of Behavioral Sciences, who showcased the strengths of a socio-anthropological framework towards developing a holistic recommendation grounded on a sociological context. He emphasized the principles of comparative research in the anthropological model and highlighted the strength of the perspective of ethnography, yung tinatawag niyang insurgent research. He provided us with a short list of studies done, which provides a better understanding with in-depth evaluation of both environment and the users and the creation of effective programs. In summary, researchers which evaluate and enhance prevention, treatment, and aftercare, which are rights-based, science-based approaches. So in his evidence-based policy recommendations, he called for a move towards the community-based drug rehab program and ensuring sustainable funding for these programs via policies aligned with evidence, science, and research. So Cluster 5, Public Health Policy and Interventions, of course, was opened by the very articulate Dr. Liabres, who is the program manager of the DDAP-TP of the DOH. He starts off by giving us a perspective. 1.7 million people using drugs, 90% mild substance use disorders, 5% moderate, 1 to 2% severe. Then he zeroes in on 2 things. RA 9165, policy of state, effective mechanisms to reintegrate through sustainable treatment and rehab program. That is in RA 9165, Section 2, Paragraph 3. This marks a shift in the perspective of our management, which is now under the DOH. And then, of course, who doesn't know RA 11223, the universal healthcare. So all of these are funneled into the DDAP-TP, and he showed us the roadmap that his unit is following. Client flow for wellness and recovery from substance-related issues algorithm. And then, finally, he presents to us, anong yung gap ngayon? So he shows the demand, the supply, the gap. The gap is the demand of 16,751 severe substance use disorders. And for the outpatient treatment and rehab centers, 240 to 650 outpatient facilities needed. So he provided for us also a health development plan support for the community-based DRP to facilitate facilities for moderate to severe, up to the facilities for moderate to severe. So ano yung future directions? UHC, amendments to RA 9165 based on evidence-based treatment, and research. Then DOH Substance Abuse Helpline, he emphasized it again, 1550. Okay. So I think he gave us a rather realistic and holistic perspective rather than the very negative perspective that we often see on social media. Now, policy and governance perspective by the equally articulate Ms. Hernandez-Yang of the Galing Po Foundation covered the limitations of LGUs in the delivery of services for drug treatment and rehab. Now, the factors contributing to varying levels of effectiveness in the ADACs across the country and the implications of the implementation of the war on drugs in this country. So she tackled the conflicting ideas of restorative and retributive justice. And then it becomes even more apparent because of the lack of harmony between various policies. So RA 1965 and 9165, the 8504 and AIDS Prevention Control, and the Philippine HIV and AIDS Policy Act. So she also mentioned the need for the development of context-specific community-based treatment and aftercare programs, which can be sufficiently and sustainably funded. She identified following policy recommendations: providing clear policy mechanism for building drug-resilient individuals, families, and communities, strengthen the research component through creating separate research institutes or providing adequate funds for current established research institutes, creates a special enabling policy for delisting, destigmatization, and exemption from criminal offense of those individuals who have gone through the entire process of treatment, rehab, and aftercare program. And then meron siyang research recommendations also. Okay. So the way forward is safe, smart, sustainable innovations for both the PWOODs and the communities to allow a more holistic and sustainable outcome. So in conclusion, I go back. It is VUCA, VUCA. But through this forum, which actually has brought in so many stakeholders and which has brought in so many ideas of hope and new approach to things and integration of different potentials that we have, we aim to provide some sense to all of this VUCA by providing a science-based, rights-based approach to rid, or if not rid, at least mitigate this scourge of society. And in the very end, Dr. Magno explained a comprehensive listing of research and policy recommendations, which actually may provide a basis for future work. And in response, we had assurance from the Executive Director of PCHRD, Academician Jimmy Montoya, of research funding support for better understanding of substance abuse and effective methods of mitigation and control. Dr. Liabre, speaking on behalf of Dr. Lilbeth David, who committed from the DOH-DDA-PTP the smooth integrated implementation of the roadmap he had earlier presented. Senator Hontiveros' office to pursue actionable and sustainable programs for drug use and rehabilitation, and from Yusek Echeverry of the DILG to use the family and the community-based drug rehab program based on a human security approach to this large problem of society. So I hope that I was able to do justice to all of the speakers today by providing you that quick summary. Thank you, Academician Chong.
Thank you, Academician Wang, for giving such a comprehensive summary of the forum. Of course, we would also like to thank Dr. Leslie Dalmasio, our 2012 Outstanding Young Scientist in the field of molecular biology, for serving as the rapporteur for this forum. Thank you, Dr. Leslie Dalmasio. And now to formally close the Virtual Science Policy and Information Forum, may we now call back to the virtual floor our beloved UP Manila Chancellor Academician Carmencita D. Padilla to give the closing remarks. Academician Padilla, the virtual floor is yours.
On behalf of the Academy, I would like to On behalf of the Academy, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our resource persons, our guests, participants from the public and the media, and everyone who has contributed to the success of today's virtual forum. We have more than 1,000 from all sectors, from all parts of the country who have come to listen to our resource persons. So let me also thank my colleagues, our moderator, Academician Chong, and Academician Wang, who gave a comprehensive synthesis of this forum. As our forum comes to an end, let me also thank our partners from the Asian Center for Drug Policy, Today is just the culmination of so many meetings and so many workshops. They have truly carried their mission of promoting discourse on drug policies and co-creating and disseminating evidence-based, comprehensive, adaptive, and integrated solutions to the problem of substance abuse in the Philippines. From today's forum, let me emphasize that the problem of substance abuse in the country is complex and multifactorial. Our resource persons have presented comprehensive highlights of the carefully and systematically curated topics which covers the national, transdisciplinary, and multisectoral nature of the drug problem. So now the question to all of us is what is next? Now I am very positive that today's forum is only the beginning of the journey to make our national policy recommendations to materialize. Today, we have shown to government that if we join together, and that includes the private sector, the NGOs, the civil society, and academia, maybe we can succeed in arriving at the vision of making this a drug-free country. However, everything begin with small steps, a series of small and harmonized steps. The research agenda and enabling it can be one of our starting points as data from research is needed in advancing our desired policies. The commitment from the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development of DOST is very reassuring because without the data, we will not be able to move forward. And today we've heard the commitment from DOST. Now, I have some experience in policymaking, and in the process, I've always reminded people that without data, it is going to be difficult to convince our policymakers. So the research agenda that have been put forth is just a kickstart to make sure that we have continued funding, we have continued support, not only from the private sector, but most importantly from the government. Now, after this forum, I look forward to discussing with colleagues from the academy, particularly another section, another division, the social sciences division, for potential collaborations that can be done to support the fruits of today's forum. Today, we've heard our resource persons that we cannot only look it from the angle of science, research, even just policy, from the top to bottom, from the bottom to the top, but we have to understand and listen to our patients, to our clients, because only then will we know how to solve the problem. We will also meet again with our partners at the Asian Center for Drug Policy and explore additional areas of collaboration and setting up initiatives that will promote awareness and address the problem of substance abuse in connection with specific sectors such as the academia, not only in Manila, but in the regional level. In our last meeting last week with the core group, we already have commitments that in the latter part of 2021, we expect to bring this discussion to the Mindanao regional level and through a partnership with the Asian Center for Drug Policy and one of its consortium members, the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. It is very heartwarming to know that so many universities and colleges have come on board. And we look forward to bringing this message to every university, every college, every school in the Philippines. Lastly, our forum is not only for information dissemination, but a call to action. I would like to encourage everyone to share these learnings and key messages from this forum to your friends, colleagues, and online networks. Definitely, this will help not only in promoting today's forum, but also in creating ripples that would carry our message for research and science-based governance and practice. So let us all join hands in bringing this message to every Filipino in our country. Muli, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And once again, thank you to all of you. Back to you, Academician Chong.
Thank you, Academician Padilla. Academician Padilla is, of course, the lead academician for this virtual forum. Before we conclude, I'd like, of course, to acknowledge the fact that the Representative Helen Tan, her office only had has a designated representative, but they had connection issues earlier, and they promised to provide us a written response. So thank you very much, Representative Helen Tan and your representative from your office. So this concludes the virtual National Substance Use Science Policy and Information Forum. So if you'd like to have a certificate of attendance to this virtual forum, please accomplish the online evaluation form. Kindly access this form using the link shown on the screen within the next 3 hours, and the Secretariat will also place the link in the webinar chat box. As mentioned during the start of the program, this forum is also held in observance of the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking on June 26, which aims to raise awareness and strengthen action and cooperation to achieve the goal of an international society free of drug abuse. Kindly visit the Dangerous Drugs Board website and social media channels for more information about IDADAIT 2021. Before we end this webinar, we will of course like to invite everyone to like and follow NAST Philippines and ACDP social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to receive updates on our next activities. You may also join the conversation and post the highlights of this forum online using our official hashtags, hashtag substance abuse use policy PH and hashtag Philippines NAST, NAST, and hashtag ACD Pilipinas. Again, our social media handles are at NAST PHL on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and at ACDP Official on Facebook. So thank you very much for joining us in this virtual forum. It's been a wonderful day of exchanging information on how we can help contain the problem of drug use and substance abuse in our country. And as our academician Padilla mentioned, this is a work in progress and we are all in this together. Let's all work together for the betterment of our countrymen. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po at hanggang magkita po tayo sa muli. Thank you.
Can we invite the speakers to please stay behind for a group photograph? Can you please open your camera, stop sharing, and thank you to Yusek Echeverry, still there, no? Maraming salamat. Parang gumaan ng gusto ang aming loob kasi